And I hope that you will join us. You're going to be able to do almost anything you can imagine. This isn't about spending more time with friends. It's about making the time that we always spend better. We're starting to see a lot of these technologies. Next, there are avatars. And that's how we're going to represent ourselves in the metaverse. Alright, perfect. I thought I was supposed to be the robot. You'll see the facial expressions. You'll get to decide when you want to be with other people, when you want to block someone from appearing in your space, or when you want to take a break and teleport to a private bubble. Meta. We're going to talk about the metaverse. Meta. I thought I was supposed to be the robot. Meta. This could be very positive for our society. Meta. I hope that you will join us. I want to share what we imagine is possible. This is not the way. That's too early thing. That's a glimpse of the kinds of experiences that you might have in the metaverse. You're going to really feel like you're there with other people. I also want to be upfront about the fact that there's a ton that we just don't know yet. So we're going to approach this with humility and openness. Meta. We're going to talk about the metaverse. Meta. I thought I was supposed to be the robot. Meta. This could be very positive for our society. Meta. I hope that you will join us.
With protection from deception. This is Truth Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is Wednesday, July 26th, 2023. This is the Gematria Effect. I'm Zachary K. Hubbard. Today is New York City's birthday. Or I should say the state of New York. New York's birthday. It's all the birthday. But anyway, New York, July 26th. Seems there's always a ritual in New York on this day, and there's at least two this year. One of the breaking headlines, 12 injured after New York crane collapse. Fire Department of New York says. What are the odds? On the birthday, a collapse in New York. A few years back, they identified the last remaining body from the 9/11 debris on this day. And then the other ritual is Sinead O'Connor. It was Saturday Night Live in New York City where she tore up the image of Pope John Paul II. And now she's dead at age 56. And considered today has 56 date numerology the day of her death. And consider that in Gematria, Pope equals 56, like Society of Jesus. She was in her 56th year of life when her son supposedly committed suicide. And recall, prior to the son being reported dead from suicide, it was reported that he was missing. From the anniversary of him going missing to Sinead O'Connor's death is 201 days later, 201, and right now we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. As we know in Gematria, Catholic Pope equals 201, like Jorge Mario Bergoglio, like the Jesuit order. And I was thinking about something that really stood out to me. I missed it in today's live stream earlier, but it jumped out to me a few minutes after I finished the stream. Nothing Compares to You, the song that she's remembered for. Of course, that's Prince's song originally. The other musician who covered that song, who's also dead, is Chris Cornell of Soundgarden and Audio Slave and the Timbaland collaboration and all the other projects he ever did. But Chris Cornell also covered that song, and funny enough, you might recall that he initially died May 17th, and 24 hours after he had died, they changed his date of death to May 18th. Initially, he died on the anniversary of the publishing of The Wizard of Oz. In The Wizard of Oz, you have the Emerald City. He recorded his music with Soundgarden in Seattle, known as the Emerald City. That's because emeralds are green, and Seattle's very green with all the trees. And of course, Seattle, big music city like Detroit, where he died. But they changed his date of death to May 18th. And funny enough, that's Pope John Paul II's birthday. And again, Sinead O'Connor tore up the image of Pope John Paul II on Saturday Night Live in New York. In Gematria, for the record, New York equals 33. She's dead exactly 33 weeks into her age. 33 years after her song came out, Nothing Compares to You, back in 1990. And she's also dead 33 days after Fordham's birthday, which is the Jesuit University in New York. So go figure, it all lines up that way. And, she represents Ireland. Ireland lost in the Women's World Cup today to Canada, which is led by the Jesuit Justin Trudeau. And remember, the Women's World Cup jumped off last week on the 201st day of the year, old 201, and Women's World Cup's 201. And again, when Messi won the Men's World Cup for Argentina, the Pope's country, the day after the Pope's birthday, they reported that he was staying separate from the team in Suite 201. But yeah, you got these rituals on the state of New York's birthday. Kevin Spacey today, it's his birthday as well. He turned 64 years old. He was declared not guilty in the sexual assault case, something that's been going on for years. And with regards to his 64th birthday, remember, they've been doing all these rituals for all these years, pairing Donald Trump and Kevin Spacey together, and that's because Kevin Spacey played the President of the United States in House of Cards. And House of Cards, card games, trump cards, tarot cards, where all of this stuff fits in. Donald Trump, House of Cards, presidency. There's a lot to it, but just to keep this one short and sweet, again, on his 64th birthday in Gematria, House of Cards equals 64. And 78 days earlier, on May 9th, Trump was found guilty for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. It's funny that it's 78 days because there's 78 cards in the tarot deck, and again, that ruling was on May 9th, 5-9, where Kevin Spacey equals 59. So, again, there's more to that, but what are the odds that that comes to a conclusion on his 64th birthday when for all these years we've been talking about how it's all connected through the House of Cards show and the two parallels going on between the two actors, which they both are. They both have Hollywood credits, Donald Trump and Kevin Spacey. And then also in the legal world today, Hunter Biden in the courtroom. And today's 172 days after Hunter Biden's birthday. And remember, just recently it was reported that he was busted for driving 172 miles per hour. Very specific. Not driving over 170. They had to let you know 172 miles per hour. And again, now 172 days after his birthday in the courtroom. Why does that matter? Again, Jesuits. The Jesuit motto, Ad Merum de Gloriam, has a gematria value of 172. So, keep it short and sweet on the intro so we can get through lots of calls tonight. Again, if you want to phone in tonight, a lot of you guys like to call in when there's 5 minutes left in the show. Maybe you guys don't tune into the show until the last minute, but try calling at the beginning of the show. Then you'll actually get on. And it is a first come, first serve. When you call in, you get put in a line. There's always the veterans who call in at the beginning of the show because they want to get on. It would be nice if new people called in each week at the beginning of the show just to hear some new voices. But again, 213-233-3998. That is the number to call in. And here's what I'd really like to hear from tonight. I'd like to hear from all the Christians that lurk around this channel who complain when I go on a rant against Christianity. And what I want to hear from you is where the disconnect is. Because, again, what the topic of this show is tonight, that I titled, at least for the YouTube stream, is, are you indoctrinated? And a lot of people don't think they're indoctrinated, but they absolutely are, especially in the supposed truth community. And there's two groups of people that are very existent in the truth community, and those are right-wingers and Republicans. Right here on TFR, I mean, the majority of the network pulls for Donald Trump and the Republicans. I think that's kind of the exact opposite of truth, being invested in politics. Politics is in the realm of lies. And don't forget, politics has that 113 encoding, the number of dishonesty, straight from the Talmud. But so many people are in the Republican political camp, and then a lot are in the Christian religious camp. And neither of these things have anything to do with truth. They both have everything to do with indoctrination, and they are control systems by the cabal that rules over us. And follow the Gematria and let me know what you're not getting, because I've been documenting for a decade how often they use this same number in the rituals that are meant to control the minds of the masses. So again, I have the license plate behind me in my office that says, what is 47? And ultimately, it is the number of authority. But here are all the things that equal 47. Government, Republican, Democrat, Trump, DC, all of those things are 47. White House and President are 47. Caesar is 47. All roads lead to Rome. News is 47. Christian is 47. The religion of Rome. Again, the Masons, who are very much invested in the Bible, they keep that 47 degrees on the compass, at least the Scottish Rite out of France does, and France is also another 47, as is Francis, as is Vatican, all 47, and again, authorities 47, and we know the Catholic Church has given us a calendar. When we tell time according to the Catholic Church. When we say it's 2023, really that's according to the Catholic Church. We just accepted that because it's been that way our whole life. But the world's a lot older than 2023 years. And the Catholic Church gave us the time. They gave us the English language, which is the language of the world. Don't forget those Georgia Guidestones, which said unite the world in a new living language. I'm pretty sure that's English, since it's the language that's spreading all over the world, that's synced up with the Catholic calendar, that was established in the 16th century along with the Gregorian calendar and the Jesuits. Again, the language, the calendar, the Jesuits. Also the heliocentric model. All those things at the same point in time. And time is the word that also has Gematria 47. And the people who set up the tropics of this earth and the way that we measure those coordinates, they had the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn separated by 47 degrees. Kind of like the 47 degrees on the compass. So, again, 47, it connects to government, it connects to news, it connects to religion. And I mean, look at the people of the world. From a young age, everybody's been indoctrinated by those things. Well, I shouldn't say everybody, but almost everybody. Religion. A lot of us, it gets put on us at a very young age. And that's why it's so instilled in so many people. So many people cannot give up the childhood fear that was instilled in them. And that's really what the Christian religious belief is for most people. It's a fear, ultimately. And that fear is if they don't believe and they don't conform to what their parents and the authorities in the church told them, then they will not get to live in the eternal afterlife. So they don't even think twice about questioning their belief system. It's so obvious how it works. And again, for every Christian who thinks that this is blasphemous, call in and explain why it's blasphemous. To me, the Christian belief states that God is incompetent and is a murderous maniac that would sacrifice his son for your sins. I mean, where does that make any sense? Why is that the best God can do? Why is that the story that you should believe in? And am I not showing every day all of the ritual sacrifice going on in the world of celebrity and how often it's the child? Case in point, Sinead O'Connor dead today, 18 months after the death of her son. Remember, the word son in Gematria equals 18. Just like the Jesuit acronym IHS equals 18. 18, if you don't know, in Judaism, in Jewish numerology, is considered the most special number. That's why when you have a birthday, it's common in Judaism to get sums of money that are divisible by 18. So if you were totally poor, you'd give somebody $18. If you didn't have a lot of money, maybe you'd give them 36. If you were rich, you might give them 1,800 or 18,000 or 1.8 million. If you were Donald Trump. 18, special. And that's no doubt why in our society, which is controlled by these psychopaths, they've assigned 18 as what adulthood is, which is arbitrary. That's not the way to me, if we're going to say that you need to be a certain this to do this, it shouldn't be based on your age. It should be based on you've achieved these things, so now you're an adult. You've shown that you're not a complete moron and have some capability, now you're an adult. And until you can get to that bar, you're not an adult. Some people might get there when they're 10 years old, the life they have to live. Some people might not get there until they're 50. But anyway, 18, special number. The Jesuits, a Jewish Catholic alliance that are very much invested in Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah. And don't forget, in Gematria, Jewish mysticism equals 201, like the Jesuit order, like Order of Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Illuminati, was Jewish, raised by a Jesuit himself. But yeah, Sinead O'Connor, dead 18 months after her son. And 1/8, January 8th is the day Nothing Compares to You came out. And for the record, her birth surname, which is not O'Connor, the Jewish gematria of her birth surname is 267, like how she's dead on 26/7. Again, there's always more to the story. But these are rituals. And once again, all roads lead to Rome and right back to the Pope. Again, she tears up the Pope's image on Saturday Night Live in New York. Now she's dead on New York's birthday at age 56 on a 56 date numerology when Pope equals 56. And what I'm going to have to look into is, where does Chris Cornell fit in with this? Again, he died on Pope John Paul II's birthday and also covered the same song. So there's obviously something to that. And, of course, Chris Cornell was born on the 201st day of the year, and his big song, Black Hole Sun, equals 201. Some people say the Jesuits' logo also encompasses the black sun, which is Saturn, and Saturn worships 201, and it makes sense because Pope Francis is the first Jesuit pope, and he's born on Saturnalia. But anyway, those are the things I really wanted to say tonight. And, I just feel like that's the mission here. Not only to overthrow the cabal, but again, there are steps to overthrowing the cabal. We need more people to wake up and join our side and join the fight against the tyranny. And most people aren't going to do that because of indoctrination. Religion keeps them from joining the fight. They're waiting for Jesus to come save them. Right where the society of Jesus wants everybody. Turning the other cheek and waiting for their mythical man in the clouds to come save them. Santa, Easter Bunny, and Jesus. They're all right there, all from the same cabal. And then there's another group of people in that camp that are in the Republicans who think Trump is, their personal Jesus who might save them, which I don't know how any of them still think that after what happened while he was president. Oh, it was all going well until the pandemic came. And then what did he do? Didn't he go along with all the New World Order agenda? Oh, yeah, that's right. He became the father of the jab and signed off on the big bankers, big debt that totally ruined the value of our money. And it's just you should have seen right there, he wasn't your guy. But this is what happens when you're religious and you're in a belief system, and it's just all about just doing the same things over and over, believing in the same things every day, supporting the same political party, never really thinking twice about anything. Believing is the opposite of thinking. And then, most of the truth community aren't buying into the news, but all the brain dead zombies, Again, a lot of people who've rejected religion, they're taken by the news, the other big 47. And that's just amazing too, because the news has been nothing but crap our whole life. Nothing but needless fear. Anyway, if you think I'm wrong, call in tonight and explain where I'm wrong. I don't think we're going to sadly see too many people trying to step up to the plate, but that's what I would like to see. So, all right, let's go out to the callers. Michigan's leading us off tonight. How you doing tonight, Michigan?
Hey, Brother Hubbard, happy belated birthday.
I appreciate that. Yes, 40 years old now, so.
That's awesome. I was indoctrinated most of my life. I grew up, my mother was Armenian, and she was, born in Canada, Windsor, and her mother and father both came from Armenia. I think I told you this before. We were talking about the Titanic. My grandfather went from Armenia to France. So he was supposed to pick up the Titanic, and for some reason he did not get on that ship. Nobody knows why, but he got on another ship a week later and went to Montreal instead of to America or to the bottom of the sea. And anyway, my mom we had this big, it was a coffee table Masonic Bible. I didn't know that at the time. I learned about it maybe from you, that big giant 2-foot cartoon colorful color Bible was a Masonic Bible. And, my mom, I don't know where she got it. I have no idea where that came from, and I don't know where it is. Mom and Dad are both gone, and my brothers don't know what happened to it. But anyway, that's not really why I'm calling. I was raised a Christian, but I figured it out. That guy in the sky, he hangs out with Santa and the Easter Bunny. Anyway, I am chomping at the bit to find out about I know you got other platforms, but LeBron James and his boy. Can you fill me in on the Gematria on all that heart attack and everything?
Yeah, it happened on the 205th day of the year, and LeBron's full name, LeBron Raymond James, has the Gematria of 205. And it happened on the 293rd day of his son's age, which is the 62nd prime number, and they call him Bronny James, which equals 62. And my personal take on it is that, they got to keep things in the mind's eye of the masses. So everybody knows LeBron, but his son, he's new to the sports stage, the collegiate stage. It's going to be his first year at USC. And I feel like this is just setting up a storyline for Bronny James at USC. And again, LeBron said that the only thing left to do is play with his son. So, Los Angeles Lakers also has Gematria 257, and it did happen on the 25th day of the 7th month. But yeah, that's my take on it. I doubt he had a heart attack, and I think they're just setting up a storyline. College basketball is just months away.
So, if I may, I heard that LeBron, and I just found this out, or I just heard this. I don't know if it's true. I didn't, I wasn't able to research it, but I heard that LeBron was against the jab and fought it until Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and some others, took him aside, and then he ended up getting his whole family jabbed. Are you aware of that, or is that true or not? Is that just a story?
Well, I do know that Kareem told everybody to get the jab, and that was a big 201 ritual at the time, too. I don't know if LeBron ever got jabbed, but for a while, I don't remember him ever taking a stand against it. I just remember him saying, it was a personal thing, and he really didn't want to talk about it. So. Okay,
because that one of the side effects of that jab is cardiomyopathy, but that is also Dr. Wallach, I talk about him a lot. He reverses that, and he's got a CD called Dead Athletes Don't Lie, and he talks a lot about these famous athletes that died, and many athletes have dropped dead on the court from cardiomyopathy. That when you sweat out a soup of minerals, not just water, and these nutritionists they got for these teams, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're, Gatorade and Powerade and all that stuff, and water. Obviously we need water, but that doesn't replace those minerals that, and it is a absolute mineral deficiency. Doc has reversed that in tens of thousands of people, athletes included. So when you run up and down that court, you're sweating out, you're sweating big time. And if you're not putting those minerals back in, athletes die very young. the professional athletes, there's not a lot of them that live, past 60. So, anyway, I do appreciate everything you do, and this is my favorite night of the week, brother. So thank you, and I'll yield there.
All right. Appreciate the call as always. Thank you, friend. Thank you for the support. You have a good night.
Yeah.
All right. That's our friend in Michigan. And let's go out to New York City. So you survived the crane collapse, huh?
Yeah, what's up with that?
How you doing?
Yeah, I wasn't in that area when that happened, but I saw it on the news. I knew it was about the numbers.
Yeah, New York's birthday today.
So, I'll make my three quick points. The first one is, you see that Japan got some AI technology that can tell a person gonna do the crime before they do the crime.
Oh, it's like pre-crime, really?
Like that Tom Cruise movie, Minority Report.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, wow. So the Daily Mail covered this on the 201st day of the year. It looks like that's the day the news broke, Old 201. By the way, something I missed last week about Old 201 is, again, FedNow went live on the 201st day of the year, and what also went live that day is Amazon, which owns Whole Foods, their palm reading payment service went live. And again, the Holy Bible equals 201, like the Jesuit order, like how when you get the mark, it's either in your hand or the forehead, and you got to have it to buy or sell. So look at all these 201s. Wow.
So ain't that crazy that they got something like that movie came out in 2002, and now they got the technology. They can tell your behavior if you're going to do something, if you're going to commit a crime. What kind of crap is that?
Yeah. I don't even know how that could be possible. So maybe it's. I guess it's just based on like you speak against the government, you're likely to do a crime. So get them now.
All right. So to go along with that story, you see Elon Musk. He got approved. I think I don't know if this story is new or it's from last month. That Neuralink thing about the brain thing. That Neuralink thing about Elon Musk with the brain. By downloading your memory or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
There's an update with Neuralink.
Yeah, they gonna look. I think they've been approved to start testing it on humans.
Okay, this was actually last month. I missed this. Approved on June 5th, a date that can be written 5/6. How about that? Elon Musk's brain implant company is approved for human testing. How alarmed should we be? Okay, we got a quick commercial break. Sit tight. We'll be right back with you. Great observations. Thank you.
Okay.
Mind and emotions. If you are looking for answers and a deep understanding of how to help yourself and the people around you to live a happier, healthier life, this is the right place for you. Learn how to read your soul's history in the Akashic Records. remove negative energy attachments from your astral body, and start the process of inner and outer pain transmutation. Join Pain Transmutation Community to get started on the path of intuitive healing. Change your energetic state, manifest new and exciting experiences, re-energize your life, and build inspiring connections with others in our community.
Greetings, Earth Explorers. My name is Brooks Agnew, and I am your host on X Squared Radio every Sunday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. This is where the past meets the future. We explore the mysteries of the universe and of the Earth. We might go a little past your imagination, but have no fear. You will be safely traveling with us. We will dissolve the propaganda of dangerous people with dangerous plans for the planet. We will discuss the latest technologies and challenges for humankind. We will discover the safest place for you to stand when the thinkings and doings of mankind come flying apart, and how you can be one of the people that helps put it back together. Join us.
We are TFR.
My faith in destiny is all I need to remain on.
Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, I think Stevie Nicks is all done. We're back, True Seeker. We're taking your calls the rest of the way. Again, 213-233-3998 if you want to phone in tonight. And the man with the great observations in New York got cut off by the break, so let's get right back to him. All right, you're on, New York.
All right, my third point is, have you had the chance of seeing They Clone Tyrone yet?
I have not seen it yet, but shout out to Brandon in L.A. Right after the 51-minute mark, he sent me the screen capture with the time. You see the big IHS with the cross on it, so I know there's the Jesuit fingerprints in the film.
Just the plot of the movie, they're experimenting on black people, and all the underground labs, in all the stereotypes, like in the darn liquor store, in the strip club, in the church, and it's just crazy.
Sure.
It's like they're telling you what they're doing right in front of your face.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch it. And again, just the fact that Jamie Foxx spoke out for the first time since April on the day the movie came out that he stars in, what a joke.
Just the fact that the people that they wanted to clone, they didn't clone everybody. They just cloned all the bad people that make the neighborhood bad. That's who they was cloning.
I see.
So ain't that like the same people like doing all these crimes and stuff? You be wondering, like, you say, do they be raising these serial killers and these people be doing all these crazy crimes and shit? They telling you what they doing.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to have to make a point to watch that movie, so I will check it out.
They tell you how they got them, how they control the people with the food, with the religion, with the it was something else, the music, how they can get you to kill, how they can get you to be nice and make love is just crazy. And then there's this one word that they used that to freeze the clones, Olympia Black. That word Olympia Black. When I think of Olympia Black, I think about the Olympics and the Greeks and stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And you think about the only Olympia is in Washington State, right?
Olympia, yeah, is the capital here in Washington.
So I'm thinking there's something behind that word Olympia Black. that they're using the word to freeze the clones and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think you need to check it out.
I will. Great observations as always. I really appreciate the things that you noticed because those are important. So I'll have to go back and take a look at them.
Well, I just had to connect the Japan AI pre-crime thing and the Elon Musk Neuralink because it's all connected. The same thing goes with the Amazon Palm Day. It's like they bringing all this stuff out at the same time. You noticing that, right? And the people is not seeing what's going on.
Well, that's because they think Jesus is going to come back and fix it. So.
Yeah, all right, Zach. That's it.
All right. Appreciate it, friend. You have a good night.
All right, you too.
Nothing gets past that guy. Let's go out to 510.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm calling in from California. I remember I know this is a little out of date, but I remember I saw in your Damar Hamlin video, you mentioned how 23 was used in it, and it was like the 83rd prime number.
Okay.
And so I saw a post, and it turns out it was yours, on the Jim Carrey movie 23. So you mentioned the Sirius Leary name in there. So there is a religion based around, mainly around the number 23, symbolizing like chaos and like magic and shit, sorcery. And so you got this. So Robert Anton Wilson, author of the Principia Discordia, writes in the intro that it was transmitted to him by the dog star Sirius. Timothy Leary, also a Discordian, so that's where you get that Sirius Leary. Carl Koch, who was a German hacker, big fan of Robert Anton Wilson, named his computer Fuck Up after a computer in the Robert Anton Wilson book. He died on May 23rd at the age 23. The Temple of Psychic Youth, which was the first, they were an occult group, very involved in Kabbalah, interested in Masonry, Gematria, Aleister Crowley, that kind of shit. Also gender exploration, that kind of queer theory stuff, but before...
Here, just real quick.
Before queer theory.
Real quick, I just want to interject. Because you brought up Damar Hamlin, I'm guessing you brought it up because of what happened with LeBron's son, reportedly. For the record, Damar Hamlin does equal 203, and the LeBron James son collapse was 203 days after the Damar Hamlin collapse. And again, Damar Hamlin's 203, a bit like 23. LeBron's going back to 23 this year. It is 2023. But, okay, but back to it.
Okay, so the first time any case where there was video evidence, and their videos have been published, yeah, they show themselves, they show like electrocuting what looks like teenage boys, seriously, but some of this was brought into court of, I guess, what was a video of a child sacrifice, and there is a lot of rich people associated with them. They cleared it. They said this was thanks to magic that they were able to beat the charges. Literally said this in their book called The Psychic Bible. Temple of Psychic Youth, when you joined, you would do a blood sacrifice and a semen sacrifice on the 23rd of the month, beginning at 2300 hours.
23 chromosomes from each person, so something to do with that.
Yeah, and also 23rd hexagram in the I Ching disintegration. But Robert Anton Wilson, who's helped found Discordianism, they were tied up with the Kennedy assassination to the degree where their co-founder was actually investigated in the Warren Commission. He wrote a book about Lee Harvey Oswald called The Idol Warrior a month before anyone knew who Lee Harvey Oswald was outside the military. And Robert Anton Wilson had his 23 Enigma. Kerry Thornley was an open, and Robert Anton Wilson, open pedophiles, open occultists, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, and also I heard in your intro, please enter your agent number and the condition orange. If I'm not mistaken, do you get that from the OTP 22 org?
So the intro, I gave some of the audio clips for that, like the Terrence McKenna voice and the George Carlin voice and the MLK voice. Chris Geo did the rest of it, so I actually don't know where that part of it came from.
Okay, so About the Are You Indoctrinated, I was, as a child, exposed to Discordianism, so I kind of, when you mentioned that, it kind of struck something with me. And then hearing that, I was involved in a project called OTP 23. There's a song about it by the OTP 22 guy. OTP 22 had the Blue Hill Mysteries, where there was a person named Sally Fischel who basically they had drops. It was like a spy game. Some believed it was a CIA recruiting project. And they had a phone booth where they had left like a CD, and you would decode like coordinates from it was all about decoding stuff and tracking stuff down. So when you got there, people got the CD, and then later someone named Sally Fischel allegedly struck into it, totaled their car, and the phone booth was completely destroyed. Next day, they're seeing just completely fine on Facebook. No one mentions them being in the hospital or the crash. So I just found that a little interesting. The condition orange and the please enter your agent number, that was verified. You can link that to OTP22. You'd have to go to archive.org and put in otp22.referata.com. The wiki's been taken down, but I found that interesting.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, you too. All right, let's go out to New York. 347 again.
Hi, Zach. How are you? It's been a while. I was trying to call you for the past 4 weeks, but I just never got a chance because, I was on hold for a long time, all the way till midnight. When are you coming back to New York?
Well, hopefully this year for the 9/11 anniversary, if we can get support back up, but we'll see.
Yeah, I was there with my friend, if you remember. I was with Rambo as well.
Indeed. Yeah, I do remember.
All right. So a month ago, I wanted to call you, and, I just didn't tell you, I wrote this down and I saved it till now. It was regarding the Titan, the Ocean Gate. So it's interesting. I decoded a lot of things. It happened on Abraham Lincoln's anniversary, 47. What is 47? 47 years later, after 1865. Plus 47 years is 1912 on 144, which is 14/4, 14th of April. 1912 and 47 years before that was 1865. So on the same Jesuit, the date, 144. So, there has to be like a connection there. And obviously Captain John Edward Smith was a Jesuit as well from England. He was born like that. So both of them are on Sundays. The Titan Ocean Gate was on 6/18/2023, and the Titanic was 4/14/1912. So both of them were on Sundays, and Sundays obviously a Jesuit days, just like the Gematria. All four ciphers line up very well. They say, and they had like a little bit of a joke, they say that Mr. Beast, who's a modern, rich guy, a modern rich guy was about to board the Titan. So it's like a little bit of a joke because a lot of rich people like Milton Hershey and JP Morgan canceled at the last minute. So it's replicating both events, one modern and one 111 years ago. So they're replicating rich people on board canceling at the last minute, 111 years apart. Captain John Edward John Smith, he was 62 years old, and in Gematria, Mason is 62, and he was born on a Sunday, Jesuit day, 27/1, the 27th day of January, 1850. 127 is the 31 prime, goes down to 11. So just like, the new Pearl Harbor, what you said on 9/11, 127. So 127, 12/1/27, excuse me, the 27th day of January, 1850. Next one is 144. 14/4 is April 14. That's the Jesuit date for both Titanic and Abraham Lincoln. Those who oppose the central banks and the central banks the rich billionaires reaching, they wanted to prevent billionaires from reaching America from those who opposed the central bank. So they put a Jesuit, Edward John Smith, and his officers were all Jesuit trained, and they crashed the Titanic at the perfect date numerology, April 14. He was given 8 warnings, but he kept going very fast, and the rockets were replaced instead of red, which represents stress. It was replaced with white to make it look like they were having a party, and the lifeboats were about half of them on board, and there were only women and children. But the rich billionaires stayed on. They were forced to stay, and they had nowhere to go. So Ocean Gate is 71, the 20th prime, and that aligns with the date numerology of June 18, 2023, Sunday. Titan, 71 also, 20 prime, matches with the date numerology, June 18, 2023, Sunday. Titan is also 19. That also comes out to 67. With June 18, it has a 67 date numerology. Prime of 67 is 19. Titanic is 31. What a coincidence, 31, because the captain, his birthday is 127. So Titanic is 31. April 14, 1912, and April 15, 1912 both have 31 date numerology. It hit on the 14th of April and it sunk on 15th of April. Both of them have the 31 date numerology. Both the Jesuit and Sundays, they align, so they both have 21 numerology, and that 21 aligns with April 14, 1912. So you got Jesuit, Sunday, and the date of April 14, 1912 with the 21 number. 21 is associated with time, which is Saturn. Titanic is 113, so that's the 30th prime, and 30 is with the date numerology of April 14, 1912. RMS Titanic is 144. That was the Jesuit number, 14/4, and that's when it hit the iceberg. 144 also numerology is the square root of 144 is 12, and 12 is when you write out like April 14, it comes out to 12. This was obviously very well planned, similar to 9/11. 47 years, again, 47 years. What is 47? After Abraham Lincoln was killed, this event happened on April 14, a Jesuit date. It appeared that they waited for the Titanic to launch from, the England, Ireland area, and even after giving 8 warnings, Captain Smith, he kept going very quickly, and like I mentioned before, the lifeboats and the flares were replaced purposely to prevent the billionaires from reaching America. It was done by numerology as well. It's very famous. The media made it very famous, and also it has numerologies as well to give it a value, just like 9/11.
Okay, very interesting.
Going into something more modern, New York City, September 11, 2001. If you write out the words, ELEVEN 2001, ONE, that comes out to 201, just like when you were talking on 9/11, 201.
Speaking of the crane collapse today, it is New York's birthday, and it's also Tisha B'Av, to remember the destruction of the 2 temples. And again, in Jewish Gematria, Tisha B'Av equals 9/11, like how the 2 towers came down in New York on 9/11. And of course, everybody's mind is going to be triggered about 9/11, just with anything collapsing there. So, and also in ancient times in Jerusalem, the 2 temples were destroyed on the 9th day of the Av. So that's like 9 days after Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh is a new moon. The 15th of each Hebrew month is a full moon. So what a coincidence that on the 9th day, 2 temples were destroyed
in the Holy Land of the Jerusalem. So New York City, September 11 is 127, and that you said that's New Pearl Harbor. The prime is 31, prime is 11. NYCS 11th, if you abbreviate it, is 137, and that's the Masonic number, 33 prime. And, you know, during the 9/11 attack, there was 111 days remaining. That's how many days were left of 2001. And what a coincidence, just kind of relating to 111 years after 1912, this Titan went down. There must have been some kind of force or some kind of energy to forcefully take it down, because I would not think that there would be just a disasters like this happening. So there is a numerology connection between Titanic and the Ocean Gate Titan 111 years later.
Yes, no doubt about it. All right, caller, that is a lot of information and all very well researched and presented. But there's a lot of people on hold tonight, too, so I got to let a few more people get on here. Did you have one more thing you wanted to share?
And I'll let the others come on, but you know, when you return back to Lower Manhattan, I'll be there with I'll be there with my friend, and we will we'll just talk a little more.
Okay, all right, appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, you take care. All right, let's go out to 707. What's up, George?
Hello, Zach. How are you doing this evening?
Doing all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great, thanks. So I just want to say, hey, you know what? I've been coming on your show usually Wednesday nights for well over a year, maybe a year and a half, and I try to be as athletic and as charitable as possible. You know, I don't want to get into debates about things where we might disagree, such as religion or cosmology or the shape of the earth. So can you? Yes, I am a Christian. Yes, I am a Protestant. Can we just leave it at that?
Yeah, it's fine, George, because, you know, you're not, I mean, you're out there exposing information and going after the cabal, but, yeah, a lot of people just aren't doing anything because they're waiting for their savior, so.
Well, you know, it's, you know, I know, you know, for what, I mean, I know that some people might say this is a lame defense, but, what does it say in James 2:16, faith without works is dead? You know, you knew. So something you said this evening and you've said before is most of these Christians, particularly these so-called Protestant Christians, are just waiting for Jesus to come in the sky and take them out. Well, the whole idea of the rapture, that's a Jesuit invention, but that's another conversation altogether. And, you know, you may, well, one of the questions you posited this evening in your monologue is, are we being indoctrinated, or have we been indoctrinated? Yes, I haven't my entire life. I mean, I went to governmental schools, public schools, as we say in the U.S. So I got about 13 years of schooling. I also went on to get a degree, so you're talking 4 years on top of that. And regardless of what your religious affiliation is, we're all indoctrinated in some way, by your parents, by your school. It may be by your church or religion. It may be by your mentors. So that this simply means being taught. And I don't mean to be pedantic, but yes, I've been indoctrinated. It's just, okay, I've been, unfortunately, I've been taught a lot of bad things that I say probably not correct. Okay. And there's certain things that I say inscrutable and inexplicable. I mean, why do I think the way I do? Why do I believe the way I do? I don't know. Why am I right-handed? I don't know. It's just a preference. I mean, I suppose I could learn how to be left-handed, but I just don't have a desire to do that. And is that okay, so can you just, I mean, can you tell me what your qualm is with religious people in general and Christians in particular?
Because George, the whole world believes in bullshit, and their minds are just all filled with bullshit, and there's no critical thinking, and there's no logic, and there's no willingness to do anything about anything, and people are hanging on to all the stuff that they got put in their head as a little child, and they're never evolving, and they're never growing up, And again, I mean, here, as a Christian, what's logical about the religion, George?
Well, as I said, there's some things that I believe that are things that are inscrutable. I mean, it's not scientific. You cannot conduct an experiment, make a hypothesis, and use a petri dish and look at something under a microscope.
Okay, here. Let me ask it to you a different way. Do you really think that was God's plan to just sacrifice his son so that people's sins could be forgiven if they believe in the story?
Well, I know this may sound like a lame response. Yes. I have a finite intellect. Some people might say a very finite intellect. Okay, so maybe it's just some sort of cognitive challenge I have. I don't know. I just do. And so, however, Zach, I think it'd be more profitable, since I'm only talking to you for a few minutes, to talk about things where we do agree. And perhaps we can have a theological debate, perhaps in person if we should ever get together. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds fine, George. What's on your mind?
Oh, okay. So I realize it's wasted several minutes. Okay. One of the things you brought up over the last week or so is this whole flap with this country singer, Jason Aldean. Now, prior to last week, I had never heard of him, and so as a corollary, I'd never heard of his song. Prior to that, at a small town. And so Jason Aldean, basically demonstrates the whole Hegelian dialectic. You could say, depending upon your point of view, he's the good cop. He's talking about why, in the song, he's talking about why life is so much better in a place that doesn't have too many people, and why the Second Amendment is a good idea. Now, he doesn't say that, but he basically conveys that idea. And this has created a bit of a backlash. Now, from the very beginning, the story seemed contrived. Now, why? Okay, so I need to tie this into what we've discussed, or what we discussed in general. Okay, one of the people who attacked him was the singer Sheryl Crow. I know you've got at least one video on him, Aldean, but have you talked about Sheryl Crow?
I haven't looked into where she fits in, so.
Okay, so she's basically she's a known member of the Daughters of the Eastern Star. So she's essentially a female Freemason, and that's just not idle conjecture. That is actually okay. I have several windows open, and okay, so she's a member. Okay, what was the name of her sorority? Okay, she's a member of a sorority.
Hold on. We got the commercial break. Tell us about her sorority right when we come back. We'll be right back, everybody.
Okay.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move. When you have a great melody, song that's fine.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smartphone, or smart TV, and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
iHeartRadio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Do you think that General Patton was woke? I don't think so. What do you think, Mike? Mike, was he woke? I don't think so. I don't think he was too woke. Woke. You know what it means? It means you're a listener. Woke. Every Everything woke turns to shit. This is a sick culture, and our country's a disaster, and it's going to die before your very eyes. Women's soccer team was supposed to easily win, but the one with purple hair, she didn't play too well. She went woke. Take a look, everything goes bad, but it's true about woke. Do you think the General Patton was woke? It's crazy. It's crazy. I've never seen anything so stupid in my life. Woke. You know what woke means? It means you're hallucinating. Woke. Everything woke turns to shit. Our country was so respected. Nobody was going to mess with us. And then this clown, he got in office, so like the captain of a ship. Let's jump off first before the passengers. I'm getting the hell out of here. I could just see this, the leadership of the Taliban standing there. Somebody walking up, sir, the soldiers have left. It's crazy. It's crazy. I've never seen anything so stupid in my life. Woke. You know what woke means? It means you're hallucinating. Everything woke turns to shit. You know what? I believe totally in your freedoms. I do. You gotta do what you have to do. But I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines. But you got, that's okay. That's all right. You got your freedom. But I happen to take the vaccine. It's crazy. It's crazy. I've never seen anything so stupid in my life. Woke. You know what woke means? It means you're hallucinating. Woke. Everything woke turns to shit.
You are not tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Like Sinead
This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker, and George was about to talk about Sheryl Crow getting into the Jason Aldean controversy, and then the commercial interrupted him, so let's get him back on here. And George, you should be back on.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so by the way, Sheryl Crow is 61 years old. She was born on February the 11th, 1961 in Pinson, Missouri. Now, it turns out her great-grandfather, Charles Crow, was a U.S. congressman from Missouri. So she comes from, I don't want to say a blue blood, but she comes from a fairly prominent background. Now, she got her undergraduate degree from Missouri, University of Missouri at Columbia, where she, as I said, she's a member of Kappa Alpha Theta sorority, or CAT, Sigma Alpha Iota, and she later was part of Omicron Delta Kappa. Now, by the way, that's the same sorority Gretchen Whitmer was a member of. I realize it was a different campus. So, you're talking about religion and specifically Christianity. She grew up Presbyterian, but she now calls herself a non-denominational Christian. But almost all of her views are essentially anti-Protestant. She's a big-time anti-Second Amendment advocate. So she chimed in, I guess, last week, through Twitter or one of those social media sites saying this is morally reprehensible of Jason. You of all people, you participated at one of the biggest shootings in history, back of the Vegas shooting in October 2017. How could you possibly have such a morally reprehensible attitude? Or she said something along those lines. But geez, that seemed a little, her response seemed a little contrived, if she did actually even make the post. Now, for what it's worth, this all came about because Jason Aldean, by virtue of being a country music artist, he was nominated for an award for a song. But I guess that the recent award ceremony, the song was, they didn't play the video of it. Turns out the CEO of CMA is Sarah. What is it? Sarah. I should know this. Yes, it's Sarah. Yes, Traherne. Now, she, as I said, she's the CEO of the Country Music Association, and she got her undergrad degree from Georgetown University. So, you see this? The Jesuits are playing all angles. Good cop, bad cop. Pro-gun, anti-gun.
Yeah, that's what they do. They play both sides of the equation.
Okay, so, they've been doing this forever, for centuries. Like, we're conservative. If you're conservative, be a Republican. If you're liberal, whatever that means, be a Democrat. Support Team Blue, support Team Red. And I'm just talking about, just the United States. Okay, so is there anything in the information that I share with you about Sheryl Crow that stands out to you? That said, her birthday is February 11th, 1962. So she's 61 years old as of right now.
Well, it's the year JFK became president, who died with gun violence, just like his brother. But yeah, I can look more into her. So.
Oh, okay. And if I could just mention one, okay, if I could just share one other point. I was going to mention a couple of things, but I realize you have other people on hold. Okay, have you ever looked into the death of John Denver?
Yeah, his death's in my first book.
Oh, I'm sorry, I read your first book. So you did mention the fact that he was born in Roswell, New Jersey. I'm sorry, Roswell, New Mexico.
I don't know if I don't think I covered that part about his birthplace, but yeah, he is born in Roswell. Interesting. He was born 4 years before the incident. Okay. Oh, okay. So now, quick question for you. Completely different. Well, this is correlated, but are you familiar with the late Dave McGowan? He wrote total books on the music industry, strange happenings in the Valley, among other things. I recognize his name, but I have not read his book. But one of the things he mentioned in that book is that almost all your popular U.S. musicians in the 1960s and 70s had a military or they had an intelligence background, or through either they themselves or through their parents. And so John Denver, who was born Henry John Deutschendorf Jr., and his dates, and I'm sure you've covered this before, were the 31st of December 1943 through October 12th, 1997. He allegedly died in a plane crash near Monterey, California. So I mentioned Sheryl Crow, and it's so I mentioned Sheryl Crow, and I have this. Where? Oh yes, he attended college at Texas Tech, where he's a member of Delta Delta. So that was almost certainly his introduction into Freemasonry. And when they kill the puppets, singers, movie stars, whatever, they have a reason for it. Sometimes they're disobedient, but sometimes you said they do it because they want to do it.
So you said you talked about John Denver's death in your first book?
Indeed.
Indeed. So it was by the numbers?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, so, well, I mentioned him because even though he wasn't antagonistic, but like Jason Aldean, his songs tend to be very rustic. They're country, they're folksy. A couple of his big hits were Country Roads, Thank God I'm a Country Boy. So he was, as I said, he wasn't negative or saying that, he wasn't saying that, you're screwed if you're living in a big city, but they used him back in the 1970s mostly to part of play the dialectic, saying, yes, urban life is, or I'm sorry, rural life is better than urban life.
Sure.
So-
Neil Young too. They use Neil Young in the past to stoke that divide with Southern man. So.
Okay. Well, you said you had other callers, so well, have a good evening, guys.
You know what, George? I am wrong. I thought I did cover John Denver's death in my first book, but I take it back. I guess I did not. So I'll go back and revisit. I know I covered it somewhere, but it's not in the book.
Oh, okay. Well, as I said, okay, I know I signed off, but he was 53 years old when he died in a plane crash. And even back then, long before I heard of you or the whole truth community, his death struck me as suspicious. Something just didn't seem right about it. I mean, I remember reading about it in the paper, and I said, wait a second, was he murdered? It just... I've always, despite my religious background, I've always had a skeptical mind.
Sure. Yeah, I'll go back and find my notes on John Denver's death because I know I've covered it in the past.
Oh, okay, so, as I was saying, I mentioned Dave Miguel. His father was a colonel in the Air Force, Army Air Corps, later Air Force. And he was stationed, as I said, he was born in Roswell Air Force Base in New Mexico, roughly 4 years before the whole episode. Now, you could say, well, people have to be born somewhere. Okay, but, last week we spoke about the Oppenheimer movie. There aren't that many people that live in New Mexico, but in the 1940s, they used New Mexico for two of their biggest psychological operations: the whole alien invasion or alien contact with the UFO, and the whole Manhattan Project.
Sure. And I see what I found my thing on John Denver. That's what it was. He died at the start of the NFL season that the Denver Broncos won the Super Bowl. He died 107 days from the Super Bowl, and ritual sacrifice is 107.
Oh, I didn't get. So, and one of his big songs was it Rocky Mountain High?
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. John Denver dies in a plane crash in 97. Plane crash equals 97, and then Denver goes on to win the Super Bowl that season.
Well, and of course, how could I miss this? His first song that he didn't record, it was by Peter Paul Mary, was "I'm Leaving on a Jet Plane."
You know what else? He died 71 days before his birthday, and Denver Broncos equals 71. That's how they do it. I mean, that's how sick it is. So.
Okay, so the question is, why they killed him was they killed him just because they wanted to?
It's just like when the Brady Bunch member died right before Tom Brady won one of his Super Bowls. I mean, they just do the same stuff over and over. Can you think of a more appropriate celebrity to sacrifice for a Denver Broncos Super Bowl than John Denver?
Bob Denver.
He's not as famous as John Denver.
Well, he was back in the 1960s. I mean, he was Gilligan in Gilligan's Island.
Okay. Well, he could have been runner-up. So.
And then, of course, you have Denver Pyle. He's a little bit before. Okay, so I know I've gone on a bit long, and so something I want to talk to you about, I guess, next time are some prominent drownings, because you mentioned the other day that the ex-chef for the Obamas died, Campbell. So, but only time constraints, I won't go to that. I mean, there have been a huge number of celebrity drownings.
Yeah, and there usually isn't the time of cancer, and now we just had Obama's chef by the numbers right as cancer concludes going into Leo, synced up with Obama and Michelle's birthday. Again, the chef's name equals 56, like Obama won the 56th presidential election. First black president, dead 11 days before Obama's birthday. Black 11, disappeared 187 days after Michelle Obama's birthday. Homicide code, Society of Jesus. One more thing about John Denver, since that's what you asked about. He died at age 53. Huge number with the NFL, 53-yard wide field, 53-man roster, and the reason why is the shape of the football in sacred geometry is known as the Vesica Pisces, which has Gematria at 53. It's a big football number. So yeah, John Denver's death, very, very clear NFL ritual.
Okay, well, indeed. But so the next thing I'll talk to you about would be where I'm on with you next time are some of the famous celebrity drownings. But well, have a good evening, Zach.
All right, take care. Okay. Let's go out to Phoenix 480. Phoenix 480.
Hi, Zach. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you, first of all, for taking my call.
Welcome.
The first thing I wanted to speak about, you were saying Christians, they waiting for Jesus to come. I always tell everybody to have your own personal, intimate relationship with Jesus. Jesus lives inside of you, not in all of these rituals. These Jesuits, they need to send them somewhere.
Can I stop you and ask a question real quick? Because I don't disagree with what you're saying in a sense. Again, I agree that God, Creator, lives inside all of us. That's why all the answers are within. That's why the signs come from within. We know when we're on the right path and wrong path inherently because of all the faculties we've been given by Creator. But why call it Jesus?
We've been indoctrinated to call it that. You won't change unless you have something like a medical condition. That pretty much got me to where I'm at now.
I see. I'm listening.
I had a stroke and I couldn't walk. I've been following you for a long, long time, and I normally just listen. But you said you wanted to hear from somebody tonight who could bring some light on being a Christian. I believe I'm a Christian. I trust God, but I don't bring everybody into it. I tell them, have your own personal relationship. You can start where you at, real simple, and talk to him with yourself. I know sometimes you be going off. I heard you today. I say, why he going off like that? I know it gets frustrating. I get frustrated too. That's all I'm saying, Zach. You offend people when you carry on like that. You started offending me. I know you didn't mean to do it though, but I sat back and listened to what you said. A lot of people make a lot of excuses, and they just don't want to change. That's the real part about it. They don't want to change. because I was like that myself till I had my health issue. So sometimes it takes something drastic to happen to you, and you won't make all those excuses. You realize what you've been saying is true. For me, I guess when I first started listening to you, you was talking about the George Bushes, and you were saying he was gonna die. You had figured it out, and he did die.
I said he wasn't going to make it past November and not past age 94, and he died on the last day of November.
You remember that.
I do remember that.
And I think I called your show once. I guess back then I did too, but I don't normally call. But I wanted to call tonight. And thank you, Zach, for all you do.
Well, you're welcome. I appreciate you calling in and speaking honestly. I know that sometimes I can be harsh and offensive, but what was it specifically that I said that offended you?
You kept saying Jesus is an Easter bunny.
Well, you just said it yourself, because I just said, why can't we just refer to it as creator is within all of us? Because I'd agree with that. It's just, because, again, like, atheists annoy me too. I don't know how people can be atheists. It's like, are you blind? Don't you see that there's a spiritual component to this world? It's just, I feel like what Christianity's done, and I made the comment yesterday that probably offended a lot of people. I said, like, I feel like the Christian belief of what God is and what you have to believe in is like God on a short bus. And I stand by that remark because to me it just sounds so ridiculous. The story I need to believe in is that God sent a son to earth to have sacrificed so that we can be sinners. I mean, that just sounds like the biggest load of nonsensical BS. That story doesn't help me out in any way as a person. Again, I think just a more straightforward teaching is, yeah, there is a creator. We are the children of God, and that's why within we have a moral compass, and we can feel what's right and wrong, unless we're sociopaths, and I don't know if anyone's born a sociopath. I think that happens if you're born into the wrong place, the wrong time, to people who were also born into the wrong place at the wrong time. But anyway, I mean, we're given these faculties to understand what's right and wrong, and if our eyes are open, we get signs in this world if we're on the right path or if we're doing the wrong thing. And, like, for example, I haven't been very nice to my mom lately, and that's because my mom drives me nuts. And the poor lady who my dad's married to now, she's just taken like a beating over the head left and right. She fell off a ladder and broke her wrist, and then she had another hard fall recently, and I'm just like, God, what's going on to this lady? She's like the nicest, sweetest lady. I'm not being very nice to my mom right now, and I'm just like, is this like some kind of sign that I need to be nicer to my own mom? But, I mean, you try to make sense of things like these, but, again, I definitely do agree that Creator is within us. I just don't know why we need to refer to it as Jesus. And you said that's the indoctrination, and I would agree. And, I know why so many people are hung up on the story, though. So many people are hung up on their belief about Jesus because it's all fear-based, like I said. They think if they go against what they believe, then they're not going to get their spot in the eternal afterlife. Which means, really, they're only believing in what they want to believe in to get this nice reward, which is a nice story. And, again, that's why... Go ahead.
I used to be like that. I used to love professional wrestling. I used to get all into it. And then one day, somebody told me it was fake. I felt like, you know how it is when you find out about Santa Claus. That's how I felt.
For sure.
And I can do the same thing with professional wrestling. You know, all of them people have a bad ending. Junkyard dog, he fell asleep at the wheel. Sensational Sherry, she died of a drug overdose. It just goes on and on and on. So I see what you be talking about. But we have to want to change. We have to want to do better, like you said earlier. If you don't want to change, You ain't gonna never change. But
Yeah.
I was sorry to hear about Sinead O'Connor though.
Yeah.
I remember when she tore up that picture.
That was the first thing I thought of when I saw that she died today. So, and then when I turned on the news, that was the first thing they were talking about when I turned it on. I said, "Go figure."
Just like when Tina Turner died, I couldn't believe it.
And remember
I
Tina
was
Turner?
expecting it.
Tina Turner dead on the 144th day of the year, and now Sinead O'Connor dead 144 days before the Pope's birthday. Big Jesuit order number.
I believe it. Nobody ain't got to tell me.
Yeah.
Just like 9/11, Timothy McVeigh. He was executed June 11th, 2001. 90-some days before 9/11.
Right. Yeah. 3 months. He was also sentenced to death on the day leaving 201 days left in the year, June 13th.
Yeah. It never stops.
Right.
Can you code this for me? John Lennon's birthday was October the 9th, 1940. I had a twin. Her birthday was October the 9th, 1960. I feel like she was sacrificed too.
What day did she pass?
She passed on August 30th, 1995.
August 30th, 1995, and she was born October 9th.
1960.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'd have to have more information.
What else you need to Zach?
If you want to email me, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com. Just put in the title that you want to look more into the person you know's death, and just give me some more about their name, and I'll look into it. If you give me a few more details, I'll get back to you.
Okay, I will. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, Zach.
All right, thanks for your call. I appreciate it.
Work.
Sorry I offended you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, you have a good day.
That's okay, no problem. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Take care. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. It's like, if I was talking to that lady face to face, I wouldn't do it the same way I do on the computer screen. And anyway, we got a commercial break. We'll be right back. Support dropped quite a bit yesterday, so I know there were people who came on and supported, and they dropped out yesterday after yesterday's rant. But I mean, that's part of the problem too. Those people are more invested in mythical man in the clouds than the person who's actually here doing the work. So anyway, we'll talk more about that when we come back. Sit tight.
Machinery starts working. Asking is the beginning of receiving, so start the process. Here's number 2. Receiving is not the problem. Receiving is automatic. Failure to ask might be one of your major problems. I don't know. Check it out. Here's number 3. Receiving is like the ocean. There's plenty. It's like an ocean here. Success is not in short supply. It isn't rationed, and you stepped up to the window and it was all gone. No. It's like an ocean here. Now, if that's true, what's the problem? Well, some people go to the ocean with a teaspoon. Have you got the picture? See, what you want to do in view of the size of the ocean is trade your teaspoon for at least
It's amazing how people have been raving about ILife all over Facebook. They've been posting their testimonials just because they want to get the word out because it's worked so well for them. If you're not familiar with ILife, it's a 99% pure CBD oil. But the secret is the synergy between the hemp and the ayahuasca vine, the non-psychoactive component of the ayahuasca tea. We recently received an email from a wife whose husband has Parkinson's. For the first time, he's been able to sleep through the entire night. Another customer reported that they're no longer using NSAIDs because their tennis elbow has been relieved with IyaLife. The reports have been phenomenal and much more than we ever expected. Everyone should have access to this. That's why if you head on over to IyaLife.com right now and use coupon code TFR, we'll give you $5 towards your order. And we'll even ship it worldwide. That's IyaLife.com. AYA life.com.
Hey everyone, it's Mark Sargent from Strange World, broadcasting live every Tuesday evening, 10 to 12 Eastern, 7 to 9 Pacific, right here on True Frequency Radio. Strange World covers a wide range of topics, from enclosed world theory to lunar waves to the end of the world in film. It's basically doomsday with a silver lining. With the audience as my co-host, we take an optimistic approach to all things conspiracy and promote confidence, hope, and humor whenever possible. If there's a topic you want us to cover or a guest you would like to see interviewed, please email me at msargent23@comcast.net. So please join me and tell your friends about Truth Frequency Radio, the leader in real radio programming, bringing you quality, cutting-edge broadcasts from around the world.
We are TFR.
My destiny is all I need to rely on.
Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, we're back, True Seeker. We're taking your calls the rest of the way, and yeah, I mean it's tough when you put out a video for a broad audience. You know, you can't please everybody. But I did notice that, you know, yesterday I went on the rant against Christianity, and the support for the work went down even further. It's down below where it was before my birthday. So heading the wrong direction, and yeah, again, that kind of stuff annoys me, but I know why it happens. You know, probably newer people on board who like the work and hadn't heard me go on a religious rant, which I do from time to time. And but yeah, those people who jumped off board yesterday, again, I mean, it shows what those people are really about, right? They're really more about the mythical man in the clouds, nonsensical beliefs that aren't doing jack shit for anything and never are going to, besides keep them parked on their ass waiting for a fairy tale, rather than continuing to support the person who's putting out awesome information that exposes exactly what's going on in this world. And I don't know where the disconnect is with all the Christians, especially ones like George, you know. You know the Society of Jesus is the most evil thing happening in the world, yet you believe in the story that's promoted to keep people pacifying Jesus as they continue to sacrifice the children of celebrities left and right. You don't see the sick joke? Okay. Shoot. Let me see if it's the same 3-4. I think, no, it's the same caller we talked to earlier. Let's go out to 832. 832, you're wrong. (832) Okay, let's go out to 916. 916, you're on.
Hey, Zach?
Yeah.
Zach?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This Jesse in Sacramento. How you been, bud?
Doing well, Jesse. Thanks for calling back in. You still been out pounding pavement?
Yes, sir. I kind of been off a few days, 3 or 4 days. It's been kind of hot over here in Sacramento. But I'll be back out there again.
Yeah, it has been hot.
Yeah, it's been like close 100 or over 100, been like 108. They got as high as 108. But yeah, speaking of, the Christian belief, and I know you talked, I think on your stream yesterday or the day before about going out when you pound pavement. I know when I go out there and pound pavement, I of course share the knowledge of Gematria. That's my main reason. But also, and expose the Jesuits and all these secret societies, what they're doing to us, daily. But also to call out Christianity and I say all religion, man. I mean, if you Google how many religions are there, there's over 4,000 religions. And when I'm out there speaking on the bullhorn, my question to all them over 4,000 religions, which one is right out of all them 4,000 religions? And I'm going to say zero are right, because if you pollute the truth, which I say the creator, that's the thing too. If you're a believer in Christianity, any of those religions, especially like Christianity, and the Christianity to believe is saved by grace through faith. Okay, so my next question for you would be, what is faith? What does having faith mean to you? Or what does faithfulness mean to you? Like if you believe in sin too, right?
Right.
But you can also be a believer in like the golden rule, right? Treat people how you want to be treated. But man, I would never ever put a religious label to me at all, period. I kind of lean more to that golden rule, like treat people how you want to be treated. And also the whole thing with Christianity too is it's almost like you say, it's like you're giving these people a free pass, right? Which basically you just have to believe in Jesus and don't do anything. Continue living how you want to live. Just care about yourself. If you have a family, just worry about your family. As long as nobody messes with your family or you, then you don't have to do anything. Everything's okay. The world can go.
Exactly. I mean, it's all captured on my live stream when I went from Seattle to the All-Star game. The Christian guy at the end, he said, I don't need to worry about if the MLB's sacrificing people at the end of the day, because I like watching the game, and I believe in Jesus, and I'm going to the eternal afterlife, and I'm going to this game right now. And I was like, that's exactly what Christianity is. Yeah, who cares if the game you like is, who cares if this league's sacrificing people? You believe in Jesus, so you're going to the eternal afterlife. I mean, that's exactly what the religion is, and that's a plague. So
exactly.
And here, this guy in the chat, F, he's a plague. He's saying that he's saying that only Satanists sacrifice people, not Christians. And then I said to him, but your God sacrificed his son. He goes, well, that was the only sacrifice he had to do. Oh, so I guess it's killing one. If you only kill one person in your lifetime, that's okay, I guess. So, anyway.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy now, too, with the religious people, too. They'll bring up he was crucified, but they'll never say he was tortured. Why wouldn't you want to bring up that he was tortured? I mean, it's just kind of like they're always trying to look for a way out. But anyways, that's a hot topic for me, because I'm really I don't like to be a hateful person or anything, but when it comes to religion, man, I see what it's done to not only our country, but man, just worldwide. Religion is really destroyed. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I want to be light on them and say, you know what, there is some good things about religion, but it's like, man, overall, I mean, look at the Catholic Church, look at the Jesuits, what they're doing, But overall, I just think it's done more damage than good.
Absolutely. If somebody in the chat says, why are you mad that people believe in Jesus? It's not just Jesus, it's religion. Religion is the first building block for everything taking place in this world. You want to know why people are so pacified and just believe all kinds of bullshit and don't question authority? It all starts with our religious indoctrination at the earliest age. And for people who don't know the history of government, the first real government in this world was the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was the government of Europe. And it's not really anything different going on. I mean, look at the way world leaders get on their knees for the Pope today. Look at what happened when Pope Francis came to D.C. by the numbers on the 266th day of the year, the 266th Pope, in the Jesuit stronghold D.C. Again, religion is the foundation of people not thinking and just getting on their knees for authority and believing the word with lie in the middle. And look, isn't that what everyone does every day? They turn into all the authorities and just believe what's shoved down their throat. Bullshit news. They're swallowing it whole. Bullshit from the government every day. They're swallowing it whole. Where did this behavior, where was it learned? It was learned at the earliest ages by believing in these bullshit religions. And again, the whole point of my channel is to get people to wake the fuck up and overthrow this tyranny. And a lot of them won't do it because they're waiting for the man in the clouds to come save them, or some other stupid idea that's never going to happen. We are human. We are the children of God. We have power and responsibility, and we're not using our power, and we're not taking any responsibility. We're shifting it over to Jesus. Jesus will take care of it when it's time. And how many people have gone to the grave waiting for Jesus? I guarantee you it's a lot.
Wow. Hey, Zach, so speaking of Sinead O'Connor, if you spell out July 26th, it equals 56. I don't know if you knew that. Probably did.
Wait, say that again?
But, if you spell out July 26th, 26.
It equals
FIX,
56.
July 20. Yeah.
Huh, interesting.
Also, with that crane collapse, we're 47 days from 9/11, right? Today to 9/11, is it 47 days? Was I right about that, or?
It's got to be, yeah, because today leaves 158 days left in the year. 9/11 is 1/11, yeah, it's 47 days later, yeah, right on.
Yeah, crane collapse equals 74. That's the mirror number of 47. And then I was looking at the New York Times has, this was 4 hours ago, saying that 9 civilians and 2 firefighters were injured, for a total of 11, and then Manhattan equals 92, just like they said, 9 civilians, 2 firefighters. And then looking at where that happened, that was on I know it was Midtown, around 10th and 11th Avenue, between 41st and 42nd Street. I think 45 stories high, and happened just before 7:30 a.m. in the morning.
The thing about 41st Street, how they reported that, is 9/11 had 41 date numerology, and again, Al-Qaeda equals 41, and so does Saudi Arabia and USA. So.
Okay. And another thing I was looking at that caught my interest too. Let's see if I can find it here. So I look at the names with her name O'Connor, right? And I know Conor McGregor. He's from the same. He's Irish too, right? He's from Dublin, just like she is.
Right.
That's Conor McGregor, and then you got her last name O'Connor. And I know she passed away 12 days after his birthday, and UFC equals 12 in Gematria. So I know there has to be something more there. But I was also looking at the character that the Terminator. And you know the plot about the Terminator, right? The first one. The Terminator has to come back in time, right, from the future, right, and to kill Sarah O'Connor, right, because she's going to have a son that's basically going to save humanity.
Right.
Right, but if you look up who played Sarah O'Connor, it's Linda Hamilton. And if you look her up, you will notice that she was born on September 26th, 1956, just like she died at 56. O'Connor died at 56. And Linda Hamilton is 66 years old right now. And she was, Sinead O'Connor was born in 66? It was kind of that kind of caught my interest there.
That's interesting. That is interesting. Huh.
Yeah, I'm sure, doing more digging into that, I'm sure there'll be a lot more stuff there that, I think that was it. I don't.
Okay, somebody's trying to call in from the UK on WhatsApp. I'm going to let him get on in a minute when you're done, Jesse, but thanks again for doing what you're doing out there. I appreciate it.
Yeah. My big thing is the whole religion thing, man. That really set the fire under my ass, man, because I think they really need to be called out, man. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right, Zach. Appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, appreciate you. You have a good evening. Thanks, Jesse.
All right.
Yeah, take care. Okay, we got Carl calling in from the UK. I think he's in the UK. And he's calling me on the WhatsApp, so he must have something to say. What's going on, Carl?
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, how are you?
How you doing, man?
Doing all right.
Good. Well, as you know, with my condition with COPD, I'm not as mobile as I used to be, so I've got help during my time coming back from hospital since 2019. So I've been at the hospital twice since then. So what I would like to ask you about the merchandise that I'm hoping to purchase with this coupon code, which I'll find that out soon, with the device, because I'm starting to get used to these codes and that, But that's all I'd like to say for now about the merchandise and your brilliant website.
Yeah, I do not have any coupons set up for the store. The people who run my website, I'll ask them how we can do that, because I think there is a way for that. And as soon as I get the coupon codes to get you a discount, because I appreciate that you're getting the mugs and handing them out, I'll get that information to you.
Great. Well, I'll come up for the next time I order items, but at the moment, there's nearly $400 worth.
Well, thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a lot of mugs to get out there, so that should help Gematria Effect News get in front of some new eyeballs.
Well, not. Aye, for sure. This time round, it's 19 items, one of each.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
I know that there's 20 items, but the last batch I got 20 mugs and a t-shirt.
Well, thank you very much.
And something else as well. I think it was your first book downloaded on, the app, not the app, the...
From the site.
Yeah, on the site with your first book, it's a downloading one.
Yes, letters and numbers.
Not the one from Amazon.
I appreciate that.
So when I get off here, I'm gonna start the process without the code, but next time I'll get the code from you.
Oh, I'll find a code so we can get a discount. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the one I'm seeing at the minute on me iPad. Letters and numbers on your screen at the moment. Letters and numbers downloaded. I've got that one. I've got the Number Games book, the physical book, the first one. And I'm saying to everybody who helps us, you want to get to know the knowledge and share what's been discussed, what's been said. And you can get onto his website and learn about all this,
Indeed. Well, I really appreciate all your generosity, Carl, and that you're doing that and helping get out the word. Thank you very much.
I do my own decodes with mostly sports, and I do get to learn about the events and now, especially the day's news, And soon is Sunday is the 30th, which is my birthday, and I'll be 51.
Well, happy early birthday.
Thank you, Zachary. Thanks. Is there any decode with a 30 number? Because I think my name is Carl. It is Carl Strina. I'm sure it is.
There must be something magical about the number 30. Just we've been talking about Jesus. They say, Jesus, he disappears at age 12, and then his story reemerges at age 30. Funny enough, I was 30 years old when I discovered Gematria, and the word Bible itself equals 30, for the record. But yeah, there's got to be something more to that number. I'll have to do more thinking on it, Carl. July 30th. So.
Yes, our age difference is nearly 11 years.
Yeah, the master number.
Over 11 years, isn't it?
Yeah, 10 years, 9 days.
9/11 very clearly.
Yeah.
Very, very clearly indeed. What happened with myself during that day, I was at the same apartment where I'm at now, and I started, viewing all these news stories on the screen. And at the time I was on a computer game, the very first PlayStation, a soccer manager game.
Huh.
And listening to the news at the same time with two screens, I was like, sort of like, a bit unrealistic, like not really believing what was happening with Twin Towers.
Sure.
So before that happened, I was a football fan, American football, NFL. Are you very familiar with the Commanders?
I am not. We have that team name now over here in American football, the Washington Commanders, but I don't know the Commanders.
Yes, that's the team I'm wanting to talk about. Is my hometown is Washington, and you knock off the W, and you get Washington instead of Washington. Okay? And there's a White House club, like a bar on the corner from where I live, the White House. And in that White House was where I was at when my second daughter was christened, next to the church. Okay?
Okay.
So there were kind of connections that I kind of clicked on after that time. But I wasn't really sure because of myself having mental illness before that. Finding out my cousin had committed suicide at the age of 17, she did. I had a mental breakdown, lost my job, part-time job as a carpet fitter, and decided to take drugs after that. And funnily enough, after I took my first drug, I started believing that I had to save the Queen. Okay?
Okay.
And then after that, I realized it wasn't the Queen I had to save. It was Princess Diana. And she passed on the same year as my first daughter was born. And my first daughter was born on World Cup final day 1998. And I was born 6 years after England win the World Cup at soccer. France and England. So I don't know what resemblance that must have been like, you know, right on time or something. I don't know. After she was born, like my first daughter, she was in good health, and I went home, and then I went to my aunts who looked after myself and my partner at the time, and Rachel and my daughter, I burst into tears at my aunt's home where she lived with her boyfriend, and I just didn't think of at the time the dates and, you know, the connections. But, you know, you get a sense of overwhelming with the numbers. And also, as I mentioned to your writing at Twitter, I said that I was like, my favorite book of the Gideon Bible, which I received, was the book number 4, which is Numbers. I was mentioning this to the vicar who was at the hospital at the time. During that time, a lot of people I knew passed away, you know. And I joined the community group, charity for mental health, and I started making friends there with them. And again, I started going back to the hospital to join again the Christian Fellowship group. So, as I say, it's no coincidence whatsoever what happens on this planet. You know?
Agreed.
But I've got no decodes at the moment apart from horse racing, which today is my numbers, your numbers. I've got the node of the year, you see. 27. I've got numbers 23 equals 5 plus 4 equals 9. It's a lot different to what the use lot do it in the USA. How I do it is I had all the single digits up.
Right.
Okay. Not including the 0. I know that doesn't include. So we've got 23. 2 plus 7 plus 7 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3 is 23. So 2 plus 3 equals 5. And then addition the 4 for the 4th day of the week. And then you add the 4 and the 5 equals 9. And then the second line I've got 41, which is 27 plus 7 is 34. And then you plus your 3, 2, and 2.
Right. Carl.
And then you get 4 plus 1 plus equals 5, and plus 4 equals 9. And then finally I'll get 77, which I think is 27 plus 7 plus 3 plus 20 plus 20.
Well, I've never done it that way before. That's very interesting. Carl, we're on a commercial break right now, and because it is the show, there's a lot of people on hold tonight. I do got to let a few more people get on, but it's very nice to hear your voice. I think it's the first time you've ever called in, so thank you.
And not be the last.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Well, thank you, Carl.
I'm very grateful for your number, and I'm very optimistic about our future.
Yeah, indeed. In time, our vision will be achieved. People will overthrow this tyranny. So, I appreciate it, Carl.
Course, yeah. Okay. Well, good night, and I'll keep watching and listening out.
All right. Make sure you get some rest. You're staying up late. Thank you.
It's about 4 a.m. now, and I was just about to say I'll stop up until I get rest.
All right.
My carers arrive the next few hours.
All
okay,
right.
well, I'll leave it now and enjoy the rest of your show.
Okay. Thank you again, Carl. You have a good night.
Well, good night.
All right, take care. All right, that's Carl. He's always active in the chat. He's never called the show before. He's calling from overseas, and yeah, he is battling some health issues, and he had a totally different method there for decoding the data. I've definitely never done it that way. So
this is Truth Frequency Radio.
The wicked one, obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
You have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
all right, we're back, True Seeker. We're going to take your calls the rest of the way, and next up is California 559.
Hey Zach, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
That's great. I just wanted to call in about your question. Are you indoctrinated? And you know, it's already been talked about how we're all indoctrinated. You know, we all go to school, which is literally based off the Prussian model. People don't know about that. I look into it. School make a bit more sense. But not only that, it's really inescapable because the very food, water, and air we breathe all contributes to dumbing us down as well. So it's really about how much you can deprogram, how much you can unbrainwash yourself. And I really think there's only a limit as far as we can go, or as one person can go. But I want to talk about a few groups of people. The first were the Christians. You know, I call in once talking about this, but I think if Christians sat down and read things like the Enuma Elish, the Adra Hasis, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and even what you were talking about earlier today, the 42 Laws of Mott. And then honestly realize the connections between stories like that and their Bible. And then realize that this is what the Bible actually is. This is the gods they worship. Literal pagan deities. And not only that, but also look into the history of just the Bible itself. You know, like the King James Version is not the only Bible. There's the Coptic Bible. There's the Sinai Bible, and the first Bible was the Ethiopian Bible. I remember I told my dad that the first Bible was the Ethiopian Bible, and he scoffed at it. He was like, "What?" You know, he's a Christian himself. And I was like, "Yeah." You know, but
and he probably scoffs at it because we learned in this country we have this stereotypical idea about Ethiopia. It's like, oh, that's like some piece of crap African nation where everyone's starving to death. So
probably
that is why. I mean, yeah, that's the indoctrination. That's the mind control. That's the programming. That's the stereotyping. So
right. But I think that if they learned this information and just, you know, like read the stories, I don't know how many Christians have even heard of these stories. It might help some of these people. And another thing that I think might help Christians come out of their indoctrination would be looking into astrotheology. You know, you talk about how the Catholic Church is a sun cult, basically, but I don't think people really know how far that goes without knowing things like astrotheology. And a great person to look to for that would be Thomas Paine. I know a lot of Christians think that the founding fathers were Christians and this is a Christian nation, but they'll tell you themselves that Christianity is not really what you think it is, nor were they Christians. They were clearly Masons. But I think that instead of getting mad at the Christians, the real people agree with me too that are far more indoctrinated than them and far more dangerous are people in the military and people in the police. Those are the real religions and cults that seriously fuck this planet up. Would you agree?
It's all part of the same system, right? I mean, the reason people are going into the professions of police and military is because they believe in authority, they believe in state, and all of these things are taught, you know, within religion, within the school system, within the government system. So it's all part of the same problem.
One thing, you know, with the amount of Christians that are in these organizations, you know, if they understood their religion more and looked into things like what I was talking about, then they probably wouldn't join these organizations because they realized that Jesus was literally at war with organizations like that in his time, and he was literally saying, these are the organizations we don't need. All we need is essentially God's law.
Have you ever noticed that most Christians don't know anything about the Bible and they haven't read it themselves? They just know that if they believe in the story, they'll get the eternal afterlife. I mean, that really is about 90% of these people. That includes my sister. My sister's never read the Bible, but she goes to church on Easter and Christmas, and therefore she's holier than thou. So,
yeah, I had a friend who was a Christian his whole life, and he couldn't tell me one thing about the Bible. But he'd tell me, well, it's not really about believing in it these days. It's about going to church for the community and being together. And, you know, I just tell him, you know, well, you're coming together under a lie designed deliberately to control people. But, you know, he didn't care. He's just like, oh, no, it's a good thing for us when we come together in our communities. But another group of people that I wanted to talk about because I recently called a skeptic talk show and just told them about how I thought that natural law was the answer. I didn't tell them anything about gematria. I just told them that, you know, we'll have to come to the conclusion that all is consciousness, and the answers, like you said, are within us. But they just can't wrap their heads around it. And these people, in fact, said that I was the indoctrinated person and that I was a great candidate for the Dunning-Kruger effect for telling them things like that and professing that I do know these things and that I can know these things. So what would you say to the people who would look at the truth seeker community and say, you are the indoctrinated people, not just gematria, but most occult lecturers? Like some people would look at like Manly P. Hall and say that he's a gatekeeper or doesn't know what he's talking about. And they'd say that, you know, people who look to his
why would you
work
say
are
how?
people
How?
who,
Why would you say that about him? He shared a lot of knowledge. Just, I mean, without him,
that's not what I'm saying.
But that's all
I'm
I'd
just
say
saying,
back
what
to
would
the
you say
people. I know. I say you're saying people say things like that. And it's true. And I just say, yeah. How's he a gatekeeper? And they probably don't have a good response because he didn't believe in Jesus. Oh, okay. Well, maybe the reason he didn't believe in Jesus is because he did some actual research and realized that, you know, Jesus was a steaming load of shit. So
maybe. But, you know, there are people who are smart and they can't understand the logical reason why the government would commit an act like 9/11. So maybe believing in Jesus, you know, it isn't too hard of a trap for people to fall into, I think.
Sure.
But yeah, I just wanted to know what you would think of that crowd. The people who would say that we're the indoctrinated people and that we just go on about crackpot theories.
Well, I'd say, how's that? And I prove my point every single day. So.
Right.
You don't have to believe. Nobody has to believe in the work I'm doing. It's evidence based. So we're not in beliefs over here. We're in facts and proof and logic.
What would you say to the people who don't believe in natural law and that, you know?
Again, and natural law is not a belief system either. Natural law is based in logic and evidence and facts. So, you know.
Right. Well, Zach, that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about for you this evening.
All right. Appreciate it, friend. You have a good night. Okay, let's go out to Evan. Evan was out at the ballpark on Sunday. Good job, Evan. Evan was sharing the gematria knowledge with the Rangers and Dodgers fans.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. I do want to just give a quick recap on the other day, and I also do want to thank everyone, including you, for your comments and constructive feedback on my outing. Just a couple of things. I was for those of you who didn't watch the live stream, or not the live stream, but the recording, I don't blame you because it was like an hour and a half long. But what happened was I had a couple of signs. I had a megaphone. I got up towards one of the entrances to the stadium. I started talking on the megaphone for maybe about 10 minutes or so. And then a security guard told me, hey, you got to go out back to the street. And I complied with that. That was all good. When I was over at near the entrance to the stadium, I was able to have some like in-depth, I don't really know if I want to say in-depth, but I was able to have like conversations with people. But then once they kicked me out to the street, I was able to use my megaphone more, but I barely got any like interactions there because they were all just kind of walking by heading into the game. A couple of lessons learned. I'd say that, like, I listened to your live stream the other day where you kind of talked about my experience, and I think in terms of how I presented, I think I did well, but in terms of the content that I talked about, that definitely needed work. I think I was a little bit too, I was kind of overthinking it. I was thinking that I needed to stay on topic, so that's why I kept doing the Mookie Betts, Chadwick Boseman, Jackie Robinson things. I felt that if I talked about anything else, it wasn't going to...
No, that was fine. That was perfect. No, that was perfect, especially for a Dodgers game, and that they did win the World Series there 4-2 on the funeral anniversary. When you kept making the point about how expensive everything was, I would have put it in the form of a question, because they probably would think about it and think like, yeah, why do I have to pay so much for all this crap? And yeah, I thought you would have hit them with more examples too of just like the rigging, and I thought you'd bring up the Bush example since that was so recent. You just had the 43 and 41 rituals on both their birthdays with the Rangers, so it's okay. You did a good job.
Towards the end, actually a guy had approached me and said, like, hey, like if you want to connect with these people, you have to be more positive. And I was like, oh, you're probably right. But it's just, what's hard about it, it's hard to be positive about this. I mean, we're like exposing evil. That's something that I have to think about a little bit more.
Yeah, but yeah, they're not thinking about how evil it is. I mean, and you see all the kids filing in there. All the little leaguers were coming in. I know saw your show. Like, look at all the little baseball kids coming in there that don't have a clue. So, but yeah, you did a good job. You'll do a better job next time.
Leaguers, if I were like travel ball, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
So, but yeah, you did a good job, Evan, and I know next time you'll do even better. And yeah, maybe if they're going to make you be on the street again. I mean, there's a certain time before the game where people are filing in there. Once the game starts, it slows down. But if there's like a real busy thoroughfare corner in front of the stadium, get them while you can. So.
Right, and also, I was supposed to have another person with me. I won't say who that was, just for privacy. But that would have a second person would have helped with like holding signs or maybe holding the camera, or maybe I could have invested in a tripod and that kind of stuff. But I think there's lessons learned, and I think the blueprint is there to do a better job next time.
Hey, the other thing is football season's about to start, and people will get out before the games, and they'll be tailgating, so you'll have sitting audience that can listen for a while. So,
right, yeah, and didn't the Cowboys Dak Prescott's brother died recently or something like that?
His mother died, and his brother both died by the same exact 1-1-3 pattern, and old Dallas 1-1-3. So.
Right, I can talk about how they are. And that was another thing. Because I think I had three interactions, three positive interactions where the people after I talked to them were like, "Oh, I'm going to look this up later." And one of them was about they saw my sign and they're like, "Oh, when's Luka going to win it?" And I wasn't able to answer that question, but I was able to talk about Dirk and 41 and Dallas being 41 and 41's the 13th prime. They won in his 13th season. So I mean, hopefully if those people, maybe they're listening, maybe they're not, but hopefully maybe they went home and came across this. I'm not sure, but
don't forget Dallas established in 1841.
Right. And what else was I going to say? I think just if anyone else is looking to do something similar to what I did, you go watch part of how I did it. I think there's, as we discussed in this call just now, You don't necessarily have to, don't do exactly what I did, because I wasn't 100%, I didn't like nail it, but I still did a pretty good job, in my opinion, at least. And
you did.
As you said, I think there's plenty of opportunities for football season, since they tailgate probably 3 to 4 hours before the game starts.
Yeah, I just wish there was, because there's somebody in every city that knows about this work and this knowledge. There's more than one person in every city. There's a lot of people in every city that know about this work. I wish they'd get together. I wish they'd get out at the games and do exactly what you did and others have done and we've been doing. Again, if we're all doing this all the time at the ballpark, it's gonna make a difference. So.
All right. Well, thanks again for the constructive feedback. I saw it in the comment section and in your video yesterday, so thank you for that. And I guess the next time I'll do this, I don't know, maybe I'll probably take a month off or something. I'll figure it out, but it'll be I'll definitely try to do this within the next 2 or 3 months.
I noticed you kept your voice from going hoarse. Good job on that. I could never control myself.
Well, thanks to I was so nervous beforehand that like the megaphone was going to run out of battery or something like that. But yeah, thankfully with the megaphone, you don't have to speak that loud into it, because you just talk and then it does the rest.
That's true. Even knowing that, I still can't control myself. But good job, Evan.
Yeah, I also had a bottle of water with me, so I was able to keep my throat from getting too dry. But anyways, thanks a lot, and I will hopefully I'll be out there in the next couple of months.
Yeah, you'll do even better the next time. All right, keep it up, Evan. Thank you. All right, let's go out to Germany. Germany?
Yeah, hello, Zach. How are you going?
Doing well. How are you?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me, Zach?
I can hear you.
I'm good, thanks. Great. Just a couple things I've noted about numbers. If you got your browser there, maybe it's better for visual. If you divide 1 by 7, so are you able to do that just to see the digits come up?
Divide 1 by 7?
Yep. And there should be a 0.142857.
Okay.
Basically, it's an infinite number, so it doesn't stop, and it's a repeating number. So the one, if you break up those 6 digits after the dot, 142857, they're just an ongoing loop. And if you break them up into pairs, the 1,4 that actually comes from the pi, so 3.14. And if you think about pi 3.14, the 3 can be just 3 turns of a circle in 360 degrees. And that leaves the 1,4. And then the 2.8 is called tau, it's also a constant. And the 2.8 is double pi, so it's 6.28. And the 5.7 is a constant called the Euler-Mascheroni number, also gamma. And Euler was a Swiss German mathematician, and Mascheroni was the Italian one. They sort of discovered that constant at the same time. So if you get a circle, and if you, like I said, if you go around 3 times to take away 3, then you just, if you calculate the 0.14, you come out in 51 degrees. And 51 is May the 1st, the Freemason number. So if you calculate the 2.8 from the tau, which is 6.28, you come out at 102 degrees, which is the mirror of 1. Are you still there? I can't hear anything. Hello?
Sorry, your call started to drop out a little bit there. But yeah, you're on.
Oh, okay. So if it drops out, it might be hard to follow. That's the only thing. So basically, pi, tau, and the Euler-Mascheroni number all coincide with the infinite loop that you get from dividing 1 by 7. I thought that was interesting because with the equinoxes, which is in March and also September, March was, I know you already know this, that March used to be the first month of the calendar until they changed it to the calendar that we go off today. And in Italian, spring is called primavera, and primavera comes from primus, and primus means first. So that you can still see more evidence that March was the first month, and September would have been the 7th month, and there you get the 1 and 7. And it's, the recession of the equinoxes is what the great cycle comes off, and it's like an infinite loop.
Yeah, I see that. That's
the
very
other thing
interesting.
I found interesting about sorry?
Yeah, I never knew this before. It's very interesting.
Yeah, and also the equinox is like, that's the Passover, right? Because the sun is passing over the equinox. And in Hebrew, it's called the Nisan, and the Nisan is the first month in their calendar. And Easter is the full moon after the equinox. That's when they decide when Easter Sunday and Easter Monday is going to be. That's why Easter is not on a certain date all the time, because it's with the moon cycle. And the sun will always rise at 6 a.m. on the equinox, which is normally March the 21st. On the leap year, it could be the 22nd, which is 322. And at 6 a.m., 9 hours later, because they say in the Bible that Jesus died at 3 p.m., and 3 p.m. is 9 hours after 6 a.m., and the sun will always rise at 6 a.m. on the spring equinox. And also, that's also in the constellation of Aries, which is March, and March backwards is Mars, and also, Mars is backwards is Ram, and that's the time of the Ram and the Lamb, because it's out of the old and in of the new. It's where everything comes back to life. It springs back to life. And if you look at the Hebrew alphabet, I know in the Bible it says the Alpha and the Omega, but the Hebrew one is the Aleph and the Tav. And the symbol for the Tav is like a doorway, and basically it's telling you that the sun is going through a new beginning, so it goes through the doorway, and that's out with the ram and in with the lamb. Yes. I don't know if you've heard of that before, or...
Nope, but very interesting.
The other thing, I saw Oppenheimer during the weekend. I'm in Germany now, so I did see it in Deutsch, but, I understand Deutsch, it didn't matter. But Nagasaki and Hiroshima were the biggest Christian places in Japan at that time. In fact, the second bomb, which was August the 9th in Nagasaki, they dropped it on the Yakima Cathedral, which was a big, huge Christian cathedral. The bomb landed right next to it. If you Google that, you can see that as well. The Jesuits, of course, they were formed in 1540 by Pope Alexander Farnese and Borgia and Viola. They went to Japan in the 1500s. I read a book when I was a bit younger, and they went there in 1517. They owned actually the ports of Nagasaki. And so they got their fingers in the pie everywhere. And just on the other thing, you're talking about the good friend from Scotland, I think he was from, about 30.
Well, we got a commercial break.
There's a new house.
We got a commercial break.
You need to get this in your spirit, because I don't know what you're walking through, but some of you right now, you are in a tough season. An event has happened, and something's happened, and maybe you have failed. But I want to remind you that failure is not final, it's formative. It is not final, it is formative. It is part of the process. It's part of the journey. Your failure matters as much as your success. How do you think you're going to grow if you don't ever fail? Yet some of you have failed and you have decided, well, guess what? I'm a failure. No, failure is an event. It is never a person. Just because you failed doesn't mean that you're a failure. In fact, failure is actually fuel for your future. The way that you grow, the way that you advance. You have to fail in order to succeed. I wish I could get a witness at 12:15 who knew that they've gone through some failures, and just because you failed doesn't mean it's final. It's formative.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? iLife is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to iLife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
Once in a decade, a true story comes along that remembers the future. After 6 Amazon bestsellers, I have completed the epic Birth Trilogy, a true story of Earth. By reading the Birth Trilogy, you will journey with the characters from the origin of Earth to its final destiny in a white-knuckle ride that combines the intrigue of Tom Clancy with the epic scope of Prometheus and Interstellar. You will learn more about the purpose of life, the mystery of death, and the true nature of your soul that you thought possible. The Birth Trilogy is now available on Amazon and Kindle. The audio version is a free bonus when you buy the paperback, so even if you're not a great reader, don't worry about it. I read it for you. Use the Amazon app today and buy the Birth Trilogy, spelled Bearth, or search for my name. I'm Brooks Agnew.
Real people, real radio.
Initiating the truth frequency. This is Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, we're back, True Seeker. It's the final 30 minutes, and then I'm sure we'll have TFR after hours. I believe we'll have Jeff Young with us this evening. He's going to promote his new band, and we'll be talking more about that tonight. But yeah, let's finish it up with your calls. And, again, if you guys can keep the calls short and sweet, it allows more people to get in. We do have a lot of people on hold. Germany, if you want to close out your thought real quick, that would be great, because there's about 15 more people on hold. It's going to be hard to get through all of them with the remaining time, but very interesting.
Okay, got you, Zach. Just one more minute. Alexander Fanasi, who's Pope Paul III, he also has a Villa Fanasi, and that is I was lucky enough to go to Italy earlier this year. Caparella is the place, and it's actually it was what the Pentagon in America is actually formed of, because if you Google Villa Fanasi, you'll see it's in the shape of a pentagon, and that was made in the 1500s. All right, Zach, I'll leave you to it. And thanks for the show, mate. It's a really enjoy it, and keep it up.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you for the interesting call. You have a good day.
Okay, cheers.
Okay, let's go out to our friend who went from New York to San Francisco. How you doing today?
Zach, how's it going?
It's going all right.
Yes, Gabe. I just wanted to talk to you again about this 9/11 ritual with the Yankees and the Mets. I told you last call the Yankees came in with they were going to sweep the Royals. They had the potential to sweep the Royals to go 1,119 with 666 home losses since 9/11.
Right.
So they ended up doing that, meeting the Mets. And today we had the crane collapse The crane collapse. Let me read my notes here.
Well, here, if you go back to old episodes of me talking about the Mets in 57, we call them the 57 team because Mets is 57, New York Mets is 57. Yesterday, the 57 was in favor of the Mets. Herman fell to 5-7, and then today the 57 was against the Mets in favor of the Yankees. And then the other thing is, yesterday the score was 3-9, and New York's 39. And the last time they had a series earlier this year, which was June 13th, the first game, the Yankees picked up their 39th win. But go ahead with your observation.
Talking about 39, there's 9 civilians injured and 3 firefighters that are injured today.
Perfect.
Some other news has also like 11, but going with 57, the last collapse was exactly 99 days ago with the garage collapse where the Yankees pitcher went 5-7 with a loss 57 days from his last birthday. The building number was 57 Ann Street.
Yeah. And I just look at the Yankees box score. Rodon got the win today. He got his 57th career win over the Mets. It's hilarious.
Yeah, he went 57-49. Twin Towers is 49. It was 227 days to Aaron Boone's next birthday, which is the 49 prime number. Crane collapse is 227 and 52 and another base cipher, which Osama bin Laden was killed on 52. But the building is expected to be raised up to 54 stories. Osama bin Laden died at 54. He died at 54. Like I said, it's crazy how they do all these rituals with 9/11 with the Yankees. The Mets pitcher picked up his 47th away loss. Mets stayed on 47 wins, 47 days to 9/11. Crazy how they do this stuff and just want to, give your viewers just a note of what the MLB is doing, with its crane situation. I could go on and on with the crane owner, but, you got other callers. I just wanted to bring this up. It was also the 156th game for Carlos Rodon.
Yeah, 9/11, the 156th prime. Yeah. Funny.
So I'll keep observing, and it was their 118th game head-to-head since 9/11. A span of 119. So, since MLB started. So I found that quite interesting.
Today was the 119th day of the season as well.
I'm sorry?
It was the 119th day of the MLB season today.
Right. So, since 9/11, it's their 118th game. So next time they play will be their 119th game. It's pretty wild how this is all done. And
Indeed.
All
right.
Thanks, Zach, for taking
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, great work. You have a good night. All right, take care. All right, let's go out to New York, 516. Hello.
Hey, I'm on. I just wanted to say happy birthday.
Thank you.
Also.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also I wanted to bring up a couple national days lately. In light of Obama's chef dying, the day that news broke, it was World Drowning Awareness Day.
Huh. Yeah. Sick joke.
Yeah, and then yesterday, also the 25th, was National Red Shoes Day. And if you pull up the scores from yesterday and just look at all the teams with red in their logo that won, I think it was like 7 out of 8 or 8 out of 9 teams with red won, and both the Red Sox and the Reds, they both won. on Red Shoes Day.
Red Shoes Day. That's every year on July 25th. I got to make a mental note of that. Wow.
Yeah. And then also, you brought up that, what was the Russell thing, the hoax, the Russell hoax?
Carly Russell, with all the 201s, which reminds me that Skull and Bones also has the 201 connection, and behind them is the Russell Trust. So, and they're practical jokesters.
Right. Yeah, and it was Russell Day. It was just Russell Day.
Oh, really?
I think Sunday. Yeah. So that was right around the same time.
Go figure.
But yeah, that's about it. I listened to your live stream earlier today, and I really resonated with what you said about like this whole language is a curse, and it just seems like whoever created this language did really have such an understanding of the vibrations of every word, and they just they put it together so perfectly that they can even make jokes out of it, like with the word spell, how it's it's two different things. It's spell, like it's casting a spell, and it's also to use the letters in order, and then also like the word, sun, where you got the sun, the guy, and the sun. It's just like, how did they do all this and it's just like they did it so perfectly. It's unbelievable.
Indeed. Well, I appreciate those additions. I'm going to have to remember Red Shoes Day. Probably a winner.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Yeah,
Thanks.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Okay. 346. 346. Hello? All right. Let's go out to 618.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Zach, so tonight seems like, I don't know, bashing Christianity night, and being a devout Christian, and I know it's the truth, so it kind of hurts my feelings, but I know you're a good guy.
You
so
know it's the truth. Okay, how do you know it's the truth?
Well, you know, through dreams, I would.
I'm already moving on to the next caller. Through dreams, good night. Let's go out to Silverdale, Washington. Silverdale, 360.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Just calling in. So, concerning pretty much the whole Twitter X thing, which occurred on July 24th, I called before, talked about a book called The True Authorship of the New Testament, which exposes the true authors of the New Testament. I brought up the small numbering system, which was based off the Pythagorean system, evolved from that, in which the word Jesus, prior to it being translated, was like Iesus, and that equated to 24. How 24 was pretty much the numerical equation for Jesus, and always has been. And I'm just calling because pretty much Twitter did the ritual going to changing the X on July 24th, which correlates to X24. But it just gets you interested because in the Old Testament, the Creator said He's the beginning and the end. In the Hebraic alphabet, that would mean the Aleph to the Tav, which would pretty much be 1 through 400. And you know about 400, Acts 7:6, and Genesis 15, 13 to 14, and how significant it's playing in the time period that we're in. So I believe Elon Musk's little ritual was a nod to the time period we're in. Next year is 2024. You passing of Kobe with the whole Corona thing going on. His daughter Gigi wore number 2. So if you do 2 and 24, it's the same numerical equation as, or value as, year 2024. I believe that this is all a nod to the eclipse that is going to happen next year. It occurs when most religious folks would say a Beaver Passover would be, which is also a holy day, which signifies something great for people and always has. And it's occurring when the new year should begin in March. That's occurring next year. I was realizing how a lot of these Jesuits, they believe in something called the Rise of Osiris. That's something I think that you should look into, and it correlates a lot, especially with the Gematria. Like, how about this? A day always ended, according to the ancient folks, even in the Bible and all that shit, it ended when the sun went down and the moon went up. That's a day. Today, the Jesuits, and with the Gregorian calendar and everything, they say that an end of the day is 24 hours. So even in their newly formed language, 24 still equates to the end. I'm saying all this to say X equals the end, X equals the end of the era. And I believe that the Twitter X on July 24th is a nod to the symbol that we're going to see next year, and that there's serious ramifications behind this. And even if it's not the elite and the powers that be, they believe that there's going to be serious ramifications behind this. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot more me. There's seriously a whole bunch of information. Like, a random fact would be that, I believe that a typology that we find in the New Testament, because I don't believe in the New Testament at all. Speaking of the New Testament, Matthew 24 is the infamous end time chapter. So even in the New Testament, Matthew 24 being the end, being destruction, being the end period. The creator in the Old Testament said he's the beginning and the end, which would mean, A through an X. X represents the end. And that's why I believe that we're going to see this sign. I'm not saying it's the end as we know it, but I do believe that it is the beginning of a new era. But in the New Testament, they say that count the number of the beast in the 666. That could be seen a lot of ways. I just find it interesting that the exact number of days between the first eclipse in 2017 that started one form of the X, and then at the end of this next eclipse, which will be next year, is an exact 6 years, 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days. And I just went on a calendar website and seen that, and it's exact. Actually, I think I saw someone speaking on that. But there's a lot into this, man. Extremely a lot into this. And prior to them adding on to the alphabet, the ancient alphabet ended at X. X, the 24th letter, meant the end. Then they added Y and Z. So now that we have 26, but prior to the Gregorian calendar and all the changes of the alphabet, there was 24. But I was just throwing that in there, that the Twitter X is definitely a ritual and a nod to things that are about to come, and that is deeply rooted in not just small numbering, but also in the ancient alphabet. And that's all I got.
All right, very interesting. Great research. Keep it up. You finished your call, 24 minutes on the line.
That's funny. All right, now, man, you have a good one.
All right, take care. Yeah, they changed it from Twitter to X officially on the 24th. X, the 24th letter. The two solar eclipses, the 2017 one and the one next year in 2024, will make an X over the nation, which is interesting. In 24. 661, you're on. Hello.
Yeah, so you're talking about indoctrination, and I feel like people are just lost. Like, because I remember I had showed my ex this work, like Gematria, and like actually me and her name matched, like in like 4 ciphers, I showed her that, and that's kind of crazy, That's crazy to me. But then she kind of like believed it a little bit. So I showed her the book and everything and all that. And like, she was like, she still believed in Jesus. She asked me like, so do you think Jesus is going to come save us? Like, most of these people are just, even these young girls out here, like, they're just like, they just think like, oh, like, I can just do whatever I want. That's what all Christians believe. Like, oh, I can just be mean. I can do whatever I want. I can talk to people however I want. I could treat people bad if I want. And then all I have to do is repent. See, that's like the secret word that they have.
Yeah, that's a 33 word too. Repent. Yeah, repent's 33. Like believe. Like Bible.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm like, no, I feel like I don't believe in that. I believe like you gotta right your wrongs. Like, and that's how nature works as well. Like, even if you look, like if like a fire happens like in the area, like everything burns down, but then the ashes is like fertilizer. So it grows back, like green flowers start growing back, and like you start seeing growth. You feel me? That's just how nature works. You right your wrongs. Like whatever happens, you gotta make sure like you do right for what you did. You know, you gotta like it's no like repenting and just that's what people think, and it's just fucking up the whole world. Like, you know, it's just crazy. I'm like, that's just like, and I feel like it's millions of people who just think like that. Like, I can do whatever I want. All I gotta do is just repent, and everything's gonna be good. You feel me? Like, that shit is just crazy.
Indeed.
Like, I grew up that way too. They tried to screw religion, but I already knew, like, earlier, my dad never went to church, but my mom did. But then earlier I seen, like, okay, my dad's not going to church, but my mom is really, like, oh, a church woman. And my older sister is definitely, like, super church, more than my mom. So it's like, at that point, I was like, okay, like, I don't go to church, but I'm like, okay, why are people, like, you know, it's like, people are just like stuck. It's like mind control. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it is. Yeah, I resonate with what you're saying, and I'm sure a lot of other people do too. And yeah, I mean, 90% of Christians in this country, at least, never read the book, but somehow believe in the story, and they all believe in it for the same reason a little kid does something just to get the reward. And then, you know, they got this crazy idea that they can just be a piece of shit human being and just believe this story and be forgiven because Jesus died for my sins. It's just like, this religion is trash, man. This religion has put so many bad seeds in people's minds. There's no way you can say that this is good for the world, and it's not. So it's not that all Christians are bad. There are some good Christians, but those people are few and far between, and they'd be good people without Christianity anyway, I guarantee you. All right, caller, we're almost out of show, and I got to let a few more people get on here. But, yeah, all right. Appreciate it. You have a good night.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Take care. Okay, we're almost out of show. We got 5 people on hold. 951. If you can be quick, we'll get everybody in. 951, you're on. Nine 951. Hello. Okay, let's go out to 573. 573.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, I'm a first-time caller. I appreciate it.
Well,
I'll try to make it quick because I know you don't have a lot of time. I came across you in 2019 and started listening to you, and that's when you was really harping on how the world was run by numbers, more or less, right?
Sure.
So what I did myself is like, okay, talking about Gematria. So all these people that are wondering about Gematria, excuse me, the English Gematria, what I did is just started, went to the calculator site and then just started inputting, names, phrases, numbers, and coming up, with the little 4 set of numbers that you get. And what I understood about it was that you was actually right, because the numbers, when you was inputting the English alphabet words, they were all coinciding with each other. And then when you do the research on the alphabet, it's been around for about 600 years, A through Z, the 25 or 26 letter setup, and it's never changed for about 600 years. So that's kind of fishy in itself. So then I realized how you was talking about how religion, how the Gematria, and how the world is so, they use religion to control you, to fear you. So inputting certain words the religious words like God and coming up with his numbers and how similar God is with Satan's numbers. And then when you input Jesus, you learn that Jesus has the 74. And then Jesus is opposite the beast. It is 47. Okay, and then I realized how all these numbers that they were using in the headline, how religious based it was. So I come across, what I did was put in God, his numbers, Satan, Jesus, beast, and the Antichrist. I used kind of like those 5 words that are so important that they use to program you with. And coincidentally, 18 comes out of all those numbers. If you take God's numbers, those 4 sets of numbers, and add them together, it comes up to 108. And then if you do Satan, Jesus, and beast, all 3 of those 4 sets of numbers come up to 180. Okay, so there's your 18, 108, 18. All 4 of those come up to 18. And then with the Antichrist, if you add all 4 of his numbers up, it comes up to 387. 3 plus 7 is 10. 8 plus 10 is 18. So those 5 numbers all came out to be 18 if you added them all up. So I knew that what you were saying, what you've been trying to get people to realize is spot on. Okay, and I saw this myself, not just by listening to you, but researching and inputting these numbers and seeing how what they're doing is controlling and playing God with this English alphabet that they created 600 years ago that's never changed. And you can simply see by inputting the 2 words, playing God, and the numbers that come up with playing God is 110, 56, 160, 52, or excuse me, 43. Okay, and so to get a 4 set number match, you input 911. 911 and playing God are exactly the same. And the other set of numbers that is exactly the same is 115. So I was like, wow, okay, they are literally playing God with 911. And so I, like I said, trial and error, putting numbers in, and I interestingly came across, I inputted it, if you could type it in on your screen or whatever, second, minute, hour, day, month. Okay, I thought, okay, if they're controlling the world with numbers, and they're using this English alphabet to really be able to set up a timetable, to be able to track their stuff, to be able to know when something's going to happen, then input second, hour, day, and month, and look what you get.
Interesting.
And if you go with their... Yeah.
Caller, we ran out of show. The show's over on TFR. But do call us back next week.
Censorship is becoming an ever-growing problem in today's modern media.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I can't control the music or the timers. Again, for people who don't know, the Wednesday show, I'm streaming it on YouTube, but the show, the soundboard, the ads, the call board, all that stuff, that's all through TFR Live, which is the network it's on. And again, Jeff and DK are going to be calling in here in a moment. And if they would call in before the show ended, it would be good because, like, Jeff wants to promote his new band. The thing is, the TFR audience, the people that don't watch my YouTube channel, they're not going to hear this part of the show. But we'll stand by for their call. And I liked that last caller. You know, he heard the work and then he decided to research to see if it was legitimate.
Before the show ended, it would be good because, like,
What's up, DK?
the thing is, the TFR,
DK, you're on. DK, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, sorry.
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, we tried to call in during the show, but I thought you were purposely not answering my call because you know if you answer it, the rest of the callers are done for the evening.
I saw your name at the very end. I think you called in at the very end.
Yeah, like the last 30 minutes.
Oh, I didn't see it that soon, but okay.
But I figured you saw it, you were just going to go, through the rest of the calls because that would end everybody's night. That was on hold.
Yeah.
God, if we could have only done that, man.
30 minutes is just for the greeting.
Yeah. I know Jeff has some band news. You want to share the news, Jeff?
Well, it's nothing I can share too much yet. I was more just sharing with you.
Okay.
But just suffice it to say, did you hear the track, dude?
Yeah, awesome.
There you go. We got a singer for the original stuff. You know, Kings of Thrash is more for the Megadeth retrospective, nostalgic action, if you catch my drift. But we got some original songs that are pretty barn-burning. And we got this new singer from Brazil that's a beast. Think like Dio meets Chris Cornell meets the singer from classic Uriah Heep and much more than that. And I'll leave it at that for now. You got the scoop, but I don't have to worry about too many people hearing it because, you know,
right.
Censorship.
Yeah.
And all that. So I got things for you to put up on the screen. What's the best way for me to get them to you?
Email?
Email's a good way.
Okay.
While you're figuring out, I see that Ammon Bundy is back in the news, ordered to pay $26 million on the 26th.
I have different. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't hear you talking. It was kind of cutting out.
No, it's okay. I was just saying, I see there's a headline about Ammon Bundy being ordered to pay $26 million on the 26th.
So which is the email I'm sending to?
GematriaEffectNews at gmail.com.
Okay, so I'm just going to kind of send them in order.
Yeah.
One at a time so you can put them up for all to enjoy.
Was that news from the Bundy Ranch, Zach, that you just said? The Bundy Ranch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. By the numbers. Yeah.
My favorite Bundy is still Al Bundy, so.
Yeah. The order comes from the state of Idaho, and Idaho equals 26. Perfect.
What did Gematria 32 said that I'm going to call in about UFOs? What do you want to know about UFOs? I think there's enough PSYOP UFO stuff in the news lately without me having to get into it.
Just start with telling them to break down the word aliens and use their noodle. I was going to say their frickin' noodle. A. Okay. Let's do by syllable. A. Then what's the next syllable? L-I-E.
Yep, gotta agree with that one. And then, you got all these religious people, especially like Christianity. The whole book is about, beings that are not from Earth coming down here and, interacting with humanity, telling them lies, giving them apples to eat, manipulating their genetics, interbreeding with them and everything. And that's their whole book is based on that. The whole, fake religion is based on that, but yet they're the most clueless about that. Literally the whole book is about, non-earthly beings, non-physical beings, how your brain can be that shut off, it just either you're not reading it or you're just, your brain and your eyes are not connected or something. What was that one quote, a pair of eyes, it doesn't really matter what your eyes see, it matters how your brain is interpreting what your eyes see. If you got no brain to interpret it, you might as well be totally in the dark anyways. What's the difference? So I don't know how that gets past these religious people. Go ahead. Before you get into any of your religion and the dogma, first explain to me about all the extraterrestrial involvement and all that, and how that all goes on, and all these ancient structures on Earth. How does that all go together and all that? First try to logically figure out how that goes before you go with any religion, because that's the basis of your whole religion, is about non-earthly stuff. So you probably want to get into looking into that first, and then go back to the book and cross-reference and stuff. So, but Gematria 32. If you got any questions about that, put it in the chat. Let's see. We'll go all the way to the bottom of the chat. It's been firing off a lot. It looks like the Anunnaki. They're saying our volume is low. Is that true, Zach? Can you hear us well?
I hear you fine. I don't know what to do because it's the cell phone. I got the cell phone up as loud as I can. I got the speaker up as loud as I can. So based on my setup, that's as good as it's going to get.
Yeah, I think it sounds fine. As far as what the Anunnaki, I've talked about that story already before. It's, Anunnaki supposedly came here with their own slave race called the Gigi, who got sick of working for the Anunnaki and mining gold. So the Anunnaki decided they were going to create their own slave race called the Adamu, which are the fake Jews, who would then do the rest of the work for them and kind of be the farmers for the human farm while they pull out of sight. So the animals don't know who the real farmer is. So we're watching the farmers, but as these fake Jews, but actually, there's a whole money system and everything that's keeping that all in control, and they're just in control based on that. If you take away the printing presses, these are the laziest, most uncreative, weakest, most malfunctioning humans on planet. Well, malfunctioning, genetically modified, created humans on Earth is these fake Jews. That's why they need the printing presses, because it just came down to what you could create with your hands and your mind. They would be the homeless zeros. So they have to feed off of, not just their bosses who they're working for, feeding off our energy, like the Monsters Inc. movie. But then, these the fake Jews, they feed off of our labor because they're just printing money that we work for. I saw that you saw that. Our whole society is being run like a coal mine. Did you like that analogy I sent you earlier, Zach, about the whole way our society is run like a coal mine?
Wait a minute. I think I missed that. Did you text it to me?
Yeah, I texted it to you. It said red, so maybe you just looked at it but didn't watch that little 10-second video.
But yeah, maybe I missed the video part.
Yeah, literally our whole society is like a coal mine. If you realize how a coal mine works, that you get over there, the same folks own all the stores in the coal mine town. So you're making money and spending it all in the coal mine stores, which is owned by the same folks who own the coal mine. So literally, you're just a slave, and they're letting you live there and eat. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Society set up in that same exact way. Every penny you earn and everything you buy goes right back to the same people.
Yeah.
So
there was an article written about Walmart employees, years ago, about what a huge percentage of their income from Walmart they spent at Walmart. So same type of thing.
You think that's probably part of their employee recruitment?
There you go, Zach. There you go. I wanted you to get that up there.
Yeah, I was laughing. That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. Bottom line, as far as Christianity as a whole, it's just like it's a stand down tactic to give people who legitimately have any excuses to say I'm not going to do anything. But if you give them a fake religion, then they're going to say, well, I didn't do anything because of this religion, it gives them an out, but there actually is no out. And in that book, in that book that's the foundation of the, fake Christian religion, it talks about how God hates cowards more than anything possible. It says first in the lake of fire will be the cowards before the evildoers. So before any of these fake Jews or any of these people go into the lake of fire, those of you who are scared to say something, meaning you religious people, you'll be in the fire first. So as that bus is going into hell with all the, evildoers, military, police being in the front row seats, and, actually the people who are running the show will be at the very back seats of the bus in the luxury seating. But you cowards, you're going to be on the bike rack in front of the bus, and then you're going to actually break the plane of the lake of fire first before the rest of the bus goes in. So this whole reality is just a test to see what each individual soul is going to do when faced with evil. Are you going to cower? Are you going to put your head under the covers and say, there's monsters over there, but if I put the covers over my head, they don't exist anymore, I'm protected? Are you going to, defend the machinations of the monsters? And, it's just, there's a bunch of different gradations of the scale of how you're going to behave here. It's just, that's why you got free will. So you can totally, you can totally fuck yourself from here on out, or you can, raise your vibration and give yourself, like an open ceiling for where you're going to go from, what your next stage of evolution is going to be after this. But in general, yeah, that's what it's been, like a stand down tactic and like a wall for cowards to hide behind and say, hey, I was hiding behind this wall. I didn't see the enemy over there. I just couldn't see him. But of course, that excuse will not work. Yep, slave is a Slavic term. Bodhisattva Malik said some good stuff. I read a couple of the comments. He was talking about the word wizard. That definitely is Cyrus's name, the original name for Egypt. Before it was the land of Cam or Kemet was Bu-Wizard, which means the land of Osiris. So, but yeah, he made a couple comments that were probably better than mostly all the callers and all the rest of the comments that have some spiritual actual meaning in this matrix that we're going through. So go on, Jeff. Or I got a couple things I'll say until Jeff gets back. Then did he say hold on?
He must have stepped away.
Go back to that one with the body chart that's real detailed.
Yeah, I got it up.
I can't even with that meme right there. It's like the best meme.
It's funny. It's funny, man.
I'll have to screenshot that and look at it later. Send me a photo of that, just
You're going to be out of the loop, man. You need to be seeing these images, because this next one, you would be commenting all over it, man. You wouldn't be able to stop your mouth.
Doreo cookie symbolism you talking about?
No. Put up the second one, image 2.
I got it up.
Got to figure out a place to put this where everyone can get at it, because it's so detailed with the body.
Oh, yeah.
The two sides of the body.
Yeah, it looks like it has Sephiroth, Tree of Life,
I still see
chakras.
Jesus scares. Boo! Jesus, she scared the shit out of me.
Hold on, that shouldn't be what it's on. Let me see. Yeah. It's just on delay, because, I got the right one up.
That's the best, man. Jesus freak scare. That's who scares there. So this is so detailed. We got to post this somewhere. Where are we going to post this on? GematriaEffectNews, and because this is killer. This has got everything, just right there, man. I'm just putting it out there for you people.
Can you read those little words if you enlarge it, Jeff? Because I can't.
Go back. That's why we got to post it somewhere.
Yeah.
Here you go. There you go. So I mean, it's so detailed that. But it's everything, so you can understand your body. I mean, which brings us to the next meme. Zach can't stop going back to the Jesus.
Yeah, it's funny, man.
Where can we put that one right there? That occult anatomy.
Yeah, we gotta like print that out and get it nice and clear, and it's got a lot of interesting information.
It's got everything right there, man. That's what I'm saying. If we can put it somewhere, people can just download it and blow it up themselves.
Well, when you blow it up, though, it's not super clear. I mean, you can read it, but
going to put that up in our mighty. What's that little Mightyville that we have?
The Mighty Networks.
Mighty app.
Mighty Network or something like that.
Yeah, it's going to put it up there for us.
Here, let me.
Zach, why don't you throw it up on your page? That thing's killer. It's got everything, and it shows how everything's intertwined. It's so killer. I was so excited to share that with everybody tonight, because it would be nice. Go to the next. Can you go to 3? We'll get that up for people, and if you want that, I mean, look at it as he zooms in. It's killer. It's so cool.
Yeah, we got to get a way to definitely enlarge that. I can't make out most of it. I can see that.
If you're on your phone, you can see it easily on a laptop. If you're on your phone, that's the problem with the world. You're all on your phone.
I'm on an iPad Pro, which has got the same size laptop, but I'm enlarging it and it's too blurry because.
Right there. There you go, Zach. Millions of people never analyze themselves mentally. They are mechanical products of the factory of their environment, preoccupied with breakfast, lunch, and dinner, working and sleeping and going here and there to be entertained. They don't know. I can't read it now. They don't know.
I got it back up there.
They click back on me.
I put it back up there just now. Millions of people never analyze themselves. Mentally, they are mechanical products of the factory of their environment, preoccupied with breakfast, lunch, and dinner, working and sleeping and going here and there to be entertained. They don't know what or why they are seeking, nor why they never realize complete happiness and lasting satisfaction. By evading self-analysis, people go on being robots conditioned by their environment. True self-analysis is the greatest art of progress. Yeah, well said.
What happened to it? I'm not totally lost with the visual now.
That's your quote, Jeff? Whose quote is that?
Isn't that killer? It's so killer, we're going to read it again. Millions of people this is the problem with this channel. This is the problem with this world. This is the problem with all you religious Krispies. Millions of people never analyze themselves. Mentally, they are mechanical products of the factory of their environment, preoccupied with breakfast, lunch, and dinner, working and sleeping and going here and there to be entertained. They don't know what or why they are seeking, nor why they never realize complete happiness and lasting satisfaction. By evading self-analysis, people go on being robots, conditioned by their environment. True self-analysis is the greatest art of progress. Welcome AI. Everybody's right at home with the AI because you're already somewhat conditioned to be robots.
That'll be the total end of self-analysis too when you get merged with AI.
Killer little quote there, just something to think about, people. Just throwing that out there.
People like being robots. If my mom's out there listening, she likes being a robot. One time my mom asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I said, I don't want anything. I said, actually, you know what? I want you to stop being so negative and be more positive and be supportive of things I want to do instead of always putting everything down. And she made like a sound. She goes like, she's like, don't you need like socks or underwear or something? And I was like, oh my God, this person. So, anyway.
Yeah, I got something else. Oh, let's go through a couple others, and I got a big one to send you. I forgot to send you the biggest one. I wanted you to read on there.
The Oreo one?
Well, we can go to that. Yeah, I got to find where you're at now because
it was the last email you sent. Is your Oreo cookie satanic?
There you go. There you go. I see you're posting that there. I gotcha.
There's something about Oreos and the Templars that's not like a conspiracy. It's like a real thing.
Bring up the Oreo thing.
It's up.
This is like a simple, let's everyone boycott. These things taste like shit.
I never like
took a bite
Oreos,
of
yeah.
one the other night, they had them here in the house, and I took a bite and I spit it right out. I was like, this is the most toxic tasting, disgusting, just gross, sugary. You got that little thing with the Oreos?
It's up, yeah.
Why is the video so off? I'm still back on I'm like all the way to the end of, here we go. Check that out.
5-second delay, Jeff.
If you want to know how anal these people are, how deep they go, how detail oriented they are, because most people aren't this detail oriented, so they can't comprehend anyone that would gang tag a fucking cookie. Right? But look how they gang tag this fucking cookie. Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at it. Put down your Bibles and look at it.
You know when you go to some of these churches, like where the pastors have like the wooden panel behind them, and it's got all the crazy like engraving in it, all that. It's very similar to these Oreo cookies. It's they got all kinds of like Baphomets like engraved in it and all that, and you don't really notice it because usually it's all kind of like mahogany color or the dark brown wood color. But if you really take a look at it, you're gonna be like, wait a minute, hold on. There's all kinds of. It's very similar to this Oreo cookie thing.
Yeah, and this is for your sister, right? It's like, no, masonry isn't intertwined with anything or everything out there.
Yeah, she still thinks it's a conspiracy theory. So,
have you seen one of the most popular things like that's been in our video game, and it's now on the Oreo cookie? It's now I just triggered in my mind right now because you go to like the Kroger stores, or a lot of this right now, Oreo's being promoted. They got a new, I don't know, whatever the new campaign is, in front of all the check stands. They have all the Oreo cookie thing. And what do I want to say? I just totally lost my train of thought. Oh, it's a Super Mario's thing. And pull up a picture of Super Mario, Zach. He's got the Mason logo on his hat, which is supposed to stand for Mario, but it's just the red M from, like Google Mail and from when you see like Prince Charles or whatever, when he's being like inaugurated, he's got the Masonic thing on it or whatever.
Oh,
I just figured in my mind right now when Jeff was talking about this Oreo cookie. I'm like, what was that? Something about an Oreo cookie recently.
This right here, I think I got it up. Super Mario Brothers packaging.
Did it come out something about Super Mario or something?
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny how he's got the masonry logo on his head. I got a question, Zach. All the stuff. Yeah, Mario's on the right. There he is. If you go back to the 9/11 thing and all the stuff that was tied to 1968, we got
Hold on. Before we leave the Oreo thing, I just looked this up. I've never looked this up before because I knew there was something about Oreos and the Knights Templar. I've heard that before. Like I heard that like on a History Channel thing a long time ago. I was like, that's interesting. But here, on top of it being the Knights Templar symbol on there, Oreos were introduced on the 65th day of the year, and Knights Templar equals 65. So does Christianity. March 6th, 1912 was the debut of Oreos. So typically the 65th day of the year, March 6th. All right, go back to 1968, you were saying?
Plus the Oreo cookies are black, white, black, just like the floorboards, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I was saying, so we got Boeing debuting the jumbo jet in '68. Did you get that the Jets won the '68 Super Bowl too?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What about the shekel from 1968?
You know what else though that I don't normally point out is that was Super Bowl III, right? And 3 planes hit targets on 9/11.
Right. 3 planes, or no, yeah. three buildings. Was it 3 planes? Yeah, the one that crashed out in the middle of nowhere, right? Or the Pentagon was the third one?
Right, 2 into New York and 1 in D.C.
Have you seen the shekel from 1968?
No, that's funny. I'm like that. Okay, so that's actually from 1967, and it's a commemorative coin for the 3-day or the 6-day war, which equals 119. And those 2 scrolls, and it looks like a plane flying into 2 towers. But that's actually not from 1968. And it might be my fault that information spread, because I put that out about that coin, and then like Brian at High Impact Flicks, he copied my video and put out the same information. But then I found out later that I was wrong, and that coin's actually from 67 for the 6-day war.
The 6-day war, right? Like going to church on the 6th day.
Yeah, and again, the gematria of that is 119, like 9/11, 11/9.
Okay, so you got all that long time.
But still, the fact that it's still pretty much the same thing, because that coin came out the year before 68, and it does look like a plane flying into towers. So, it's the year before, but it's the same time period.
Put a picture of that up in case people haven't seen that.
Yeah, here, let me see if I can find my old post on it.
Why would they put the scrolls? Have you ever seen scrolls depicted standing up and down like that, like vertically, like buildings? Usually scrolls are depicted horizontally, am I right? Like everywhere you would see them. It just, or it's depicted like unfurling, like unrolling, and you can see both sides of the scroll, but I've never seen scrolls depicted like that.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my old post on that. It's not coming. I wonder if they took down that post. Let's see.
While you're looking for that, you were talking, like, I don't know if it was in an earlier stream or the monologue to start this one, the E. Jean Carroll. That's just basically Eugene Carroll. You know who Eugene Carroll was?
Look at this. This is crazy. Wow, so this is still going on. It's funny that I might have started this false rumor, and I corrected it like 2 days later. But when Brian shared it, he has such a big audience, like a ton of people saw it. And this is Reuters from just last year having to say that the coin, they're saying that it wasn't predictive programming of 9/11. It's like, well, that I would debate.
Zach, you sure spreading disinfo.
That's funny.
Right?
They've had to, wow. So this stuff still this is years ago that I forget what year it was. It was like 2018 or maybe it was around then. And then
this stuff is still up on the internet.
Yeah, no, because here's also a USA Today addressing this. This is like 4 years after I presented this. The thing is, the articles aren't showing the coin. Isn't it funny how they don't want to show the coin as they write about it? Why not show the coin? That's condemning right there, the fact that they won't even put a picture of it in the article, but they'll write about how it's not a conspiracy. But okay, show the picture of the coin and let people make up their own mind. Here it is. It's actually not 1968. It's 1967. But yeah, this is all part of the legacy of my work, though, bringing this 1968 attention to everybody, which I guess that does show that we've had an impact, just the fact that this stuff is spreading. But yeah, there it is. So, take a look at it.
Do those look like scrolls, people?
Well, they do look like scrolls, but yeah, they had them erected to... They also look like towers with a plane flying at them.
Yeah, show me one other place and anywhere where scrolls are depicted that way. It's just like it's so obvious. But like you said, you're right. Who cares if it came out in 68 or 67? What the fuck is that doing on a coin? Period.
Yeah.
Because those Israelis know how to party, people. Actually, it's something I can send you. I sent you a couple more things to put up. A couple more fun bits for the folks at home.
You're sending me more emails?
Yeah, I sent you a couple, I think.
All right, let me go get back in there. All right, here's another one.
So let me pull out which one we got here. I'm still in the shekel.
Yeah, there's obviously a little delay.
Yeah. Why does anyone care what year it came out in? It's abhorrent. Any which way you slice it.
Yeah, and again, 67 was the year before 1968 when everything went into motion, so it all looks connected to me. Jeff, the last one you sent me, I got to get off Gmail. It's like it says, this message seems dangerous. That's all it says.
I can't wait to see which one that is.
Whatever you sent me last.
That?
I don't know. Is it the one with the goat fuel?
Really? It's the goat fuel?
when I clicked look anyway.
That, because that's just silly. Start with the goat fuel.
Yeah, no, this had a warning on it. Okay.
Really?
It did, yeah. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, because even Google knows this goat shit's getting out of control.
Okay, it's up here. Goat fuel energy drink, blueberry lemonade.
Come on, people. Come on now. That's in Whole Foods. I think I was in Whole Foods or somewhere the other day. I'm like, what is this shit?
Get your palm red. Get your goat fuel.
I mean, everything's Baphomet and goats now.
Yeah.
Like, I never remember this trend in the 70s, 80s, 90s, but in the 2000s, it's all about Baphomet and goats and trannies.
Pretty soon he'll say, extra estrogen. Grow a pair of man tits in 2 weeks.
Okay, so what else we got there?
What is happening in our skies? Yeah, no doubt about it.
I love this one because people are so dense to weather modification. I got a great picture right outside the wing flying to Australia. Let me see if I can send that to you because it's exactly, hold on, check it out. Pull that thing with the weather up, pull that up, and then I'm going to send you the picture of the flight to Australia.
I've seen this. I've seen this where I live some days. I'm like, look at the clouds. Like, how does that happen?
Yeah, so I remember this experiment in black and white when I was a kid. Don't you guys remember that? I mean, that's what it is. You don't have to, it doesn't take a rocket scientist here. That's not it.
Has anyone ever been snorkeling right like at the surf line and looked at the ocean floor, looked at the sand right there, how it looks exactly like these patterns we're seeing in the clouds, or in the fake clouds, should I say?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just actually one part of the agenda. Well, actually, like one part of the agenda and one part that's helping that part of the agenda. So when they put all those metallic particles like that up in the sky, it makes the atmosphere, it makes the air more reactive to these frequencies. Plus, if the air is denser, the frequency can travel better. So you're watching them move around the ionosphere there and move it, because the way the atmosphere works is the reason you don't feel 1,000-mile-an-hour wind, from the Earth spinning 1,000 miles an hour on the surface is because of the atmosphere. The Earth is spinning in total slow motion, but on the surface, it's 1,000 miles an hour. To the Earth, that's one turn every 24 hours, which is like total slow motion. But so we should be experiencing 1,000-mile-an-hour wind coming from the east, but we're not. that's because there's many layers to the atmosphere, and the one on the bottom closest to the surface of the earth is spinning with the earth. And then that's why if you go up, like I work on, ships, some of these ships, when you go on the containers up there, close to 200 feet up in the air. It's way windy and colder up there because the air's moving more up there. And then the more the higher up you go, the more the air masses are moving. You got stratosphere, ionosphere, mesosphere. I forgot them all in order, but there's many layers, and then there's different layers within those layers, and they're all the wind is traveling at a different speed on each one of them. And when you get to the very outside, it's spinning almost at 1,000 miles an hour because that's just how. I mean, it's basically spinning 1,000 miles an hour compared to us on the Earth, because we're the only thing that's moving. And then other parts of the agenda is those particles come raining down on us. That's another part of the agenda. So, moving around and changing the weather is just that's like one of them, and it helps them do that by putting these things up in the sky.
Dude, I don't know about the 1,000 miles an hour stuff, but look at that picture I just posted going to Australia.
Yeah.
Well, reason right now it's Australia. I'll explain you the 1,000 miles an hour. Right now, when you went to Australia and you went back, which way took longer?
They were both not that different.
I know it's not that much, but one is definitely longer, and that's because you're getting that headwind from that 1,000 miles an hour, which the plane is not flying that high. Where the plane is flying, there's only probably a 100-mile-an-hour headwind. That's why if you look at the miles per hour the plane is flying, when you're flying, east, it's less. Like when they show you ground speed. So that's why in a plane you have airspeed, ground speed. You wouldn't need all that if there was no spin. You understand what I'm saying? It would be the same. So the reason you have all that is because of the spin. So once you get off the earth, you're affected by that. The higher up you go, the more you're affected. So there's very simple and logical explanations to all this. You don't even need any instruments or really anything to measure a lot of this stuff. They put us through the damn educational system and make you so dumb in math and geometry and physics that then it's hard to explain to people, bring them back down to how they were before they went into school, and they're just like a little kid, and then you just show them, hey, this is why the sun and follows the same east and west pass every day, and it's at an angle in the summer and at a different angle in the winter because of the 23.5-degree tilt. So if you measure that, that's the same amount the sun is moving. I made a sundial for my first grade project. Was a sundial which I made in my yard. We had one of those old school poles on both sides with a T, and then it would you would hang your clothes to dry. So I made a sundial on that, and then it was a year-long project to show what time of day noon is at different parts of the year and all that stuff. So you could literally, with a stick in the ground as a little kid, you could figure all the stuff out that the Phoenicians and all these people knew back then, and how they were sailing all around the world with just looking at using sundials and the stars. Basically, you're not gonna sail by the stars during the day, so you're gonna need another way to figure it out. Then when it turns night, then you need the stars, so you need to be able to read both. So that's what these seafaring cultures that basically from our antiquity that have been wiped out of the history books knew how to do all this stuff. It's nothing. You don't need any instruments. Just need your brain and your eyes, basically, and you can figure it out. And some pattern recognition, maybe, see, okay, this same shit happened yesterday, and then 3 days later, wait, this same shit's happening every night. Okay, this must be how it goes, Everything in the sky is circular, so it appears we must be on something circular too, and it must be spinning, or either that or something else is spinning around us, because everything's moving, ends up in the same space, the same time the next night. Something's going on. So, I don't consider any of those things hard to figure out. But anyway, go ahead, Jeff.
No, did you see the picture of my flight?
Yes. And look at all that land down there. How are we overpopulated?
Yeah, I know. Okay, we got I sing another one just now that I love with Trump, with all the talk of Trump in the news, and everyone's up in arms about Biden and the cocaine in the White House, right? It's crazy.
Hold on, I'm getting that one.
One step away from idiocracy, man.
Wait a minute. I think
Rondo.
I'm missing the one with.
Electrolytes, people.
I'm not
The
seeing
GematriaEffectNews.
I don't see the Trump Biden one, Jeff. I don't see, or it just came. It just showed up. That's why.
Send a Trump Biden one. It's just in general. You got it, Zach.
This-
I know the smile on your face.
This one just came.
Woo-hoo! I can tell by the smile on your face.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Tonight's episode of TFR Live, GematriaEffectNews, sponsored by Brondo. It's got what plants crave.
Have you ever seen the original episodes of the Joe Rogan podcast?
God, no, man.
Oh my God. I hadn't seen them when they first came out, but somebody showed them to me years ago. At the beginning of every episode, he was advertising the Fleshlight jerk-off thing. I was like, oh my God, man. What a joke.
Yeah, Zach, there you go, Zach. Isn't that just beautiful?
That's how you become the #1 podcast in the world.
Picture says 1,000 words, especially if there's a few choice words accompanying in that picture and images.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, though. That's exactly right.
What is so hard for you guys all to figure out about this, all right? I mean, Jack, whenever you talk about politics, you should just pull this image up and just have it there. While you
Right.
about,
That'll be the backdrop.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just if we keep using this, I think people might get it, man. I think this is a valuable tool we've thrown up here this evening.
Yeah, I don't know why. When I look at that, for some reason, the Beatles song lyrics come to my mind from Strawberry Fields about living is easy with eyes closed, misunderstanding all you see. I mean, these people just don't understand. They're literally getting fucked up their ass. So
Yeah. They like it.
they do. They do. So.
They do.
Oh. Yeah, it's just, I don't, I mean, it really does seem that what happens to people as children, it's really hard to undo. It seems like that's the game, and that's what the rulers know, and that's why they do what they do to us as kids, and there's very few of us that have whatever the faculties to undo it, so. That quote that you had up here, like very few people have this in them. Where did it go? This one. Millions of people never analyze themselves. Yeah, if my mom's out there watching, we don't know because she's blocked in the comments and she'll stay that way. But she never analyzes herself. She never reflects. She just goes on doing the same things the same way every single day. It's just like, don't you ever want to evolve?
Let's show the people this. Whenever I show people this, they freak out. They really like these two images I'm about to email you. We're really using some visual aids to crack through some noodles tonight here. So I'm sending you 3 images that are all intertwined.
Okay, I'm standing by for them.
They don't see this, they just mind blow it. And they get it. Like immediately they go, okay, this is fucking evil as fuck. So maybe these 3 images might get us some mileage tonight. Can you see all this DK? I hope so.
While you're pulling that up, Zach, I just want to answer one of the callers from before when he was talking about Sinead O'Connor, and then he said Sarah O'Connor from Terminator. That was just Connor, not O'Connor. She was going to give birth to John Connor, and John Connor was going to bring down the Matrix. So there you got O'Connor and Connor. It wasn't O'Connor. Not that I'm saying that they're not related, but just to clarify that.
Yeah, I've seen this in the Vatican, how that looks exactly like a snake's head. There's also like a Snopes article that says it's not.
Really look at it. And like the three memes combined, it's like the trifecta, you know, just like. And think how many people worship this guy. Weren't you just mentioning what happened when he came to America, how everyone fell at his feet? And, you know, so there you go. They're there.
Yeah.
And everyone, and maybe not everyone knows, but they got the biggest telescope in the world at the Vatican. Strangely enough, it's named Lucifer, because that's what you name your telescope when you're a man of God.
Well, they gotta look at the morning star. Lucifer and Jesus are both the morning star. So.
Have you seen the date of they put that out, that new, I mean, it's not that new anymore, but that audience hall when they like revamped it and made it look like a snake more, and then they came out with that one, like, statue.
We're showing it right now, dude. I thought you could see what we're showing.
Huh?
We're showing it right now.
Yeah, no, I know. And then they also came out with that statue where, like, they say it's Jesus, but it just looks like some reptilian thing taking form out of black goo or something. What year was that?
Look at this thing behind the Pope. And, like, imagine just, like, people, pictures, like, imagine just kind of transport yourself to the Vatican. You're going into the service, you're sitting in the pews, you're chilling, and you're looking up there at the Pope, and this is what you're seeing. Right?
Maybe I should go fly out to Italy and post up outside the Vatican with the big speaker.
This is what we need to blow up the Vatican. Just totally blow it up to smithereens.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's just not a joke, man. And they make bank. The Vatican makes everything in your house, from your toilet to your shower faucet to the door frames around your doors to your light bulbs to your carpet. The Jesuits are making bank off you.
Like I said, it's a coal mine.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, dude. I like that. I like you got that real nice, Zach. They can see that real clear. Look at that. Look at that.
Zach, can you send that video that I sent you about the coal mine to your Twitter? It's like probably, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds. It's so good.
Hold on. Yeah, I can. Let me
That way we can listen to it.
Let me find your tweet or your text message. You texted it to me, right?
Yeah.
Weren't you talking about this week about Michelle Obama possibly being president? God help us.
Yeah, because that.
So here, I got another image for you. Send. Hold on. Oh, I'm at it. And if you go back, I'll save it till you pull up the image, because you can go back to the first presidents all the way down the line, and you're going to find this little tradition in the White House.
Let's see. All right, I'm just going to put this on my Twitter because then I can show it from there, but I got to give it a second to upload. All right, the DK's video is uploading to Twitter, so we'll look at that. And then you said you sent another email, Jeff?
Yeah, put the two there. Put the two. Well, I'll send you three. I mean, it's just because we got plenty of photographic.
Huh, it's weird. It's doing it to all your messages now. This message seems dangerous.
Anderson Cooper probing deep on what you're about to put up. I know there's no Zach by his reaction that we're on to something here.
Old Michael. Oh no. Oh no.
Michael and Michelle.
There's somebody that said that these are a Photoshop of Michelle Michael back in the day. I don't know what to think, but I do know that Obama calls her Michael a lot. So
Everyone wishes it was Photoshop, man. Everyone wishes that was Photoshop. I mean, people, you gotta have some perspective and some perception of. If you see Michelle Obama in a room of other dudes in Freemasonville, she's like a foot taller than everybody. That is a huge beast right there, man. So just get over it. And this is the thing, what I was going to say is you can go back, just start Googling first ladies throughout history. Google every president and look at every first lady. You're going to see a ton of trannies, man. This is nothing new, all the way back to the black and white, the earliest within the first, I guarantee you'll see plenty of trannies within the first 15 presidents. This is what Masonry has always been, man.
A lot of the nuns were like always, they dress them up like, because they were like men playing females and stuff. Catholic Church, they're known for that. I think there was even like a female pope playing a man, and I mean, they're just, they're constantly.
What you got to understand in history is what Jesuits used to do in Europe. In the plays, have you ever gone to these things like the Clue game where you go to a mansion and everyone's there for a dinner and then there's a murder and you go through trying to find the clues and whatever? What Jesuits used to do back in the day is that they would have a play and the play would spill out into the streets, right? And they were merging reality with fantasy all the way back to theater, right? And you never knew what was real. This is the history of what they've done, all the way back. It's just, again, people don't know their history because they didn't teach us real history. They taught us useless history.
Yeah. Should we check out the clip that DK sent?
Let's check out. Let's get back to Christopher Columbus because that's some riveting.
Right.
That's some riveting stuff to learn.
Right. Exactly.
People, that's the thing, because the Catholic Church, everything with CC and everything in your face. I want to do, my 33 part 1, 2, and 3. I got a 4 under works, but I want to just do one that's all just CCs in this world. Because anytime you encounter something with CC, it's Jesuit bullshit. Let's go through the list. Catholic Church, CC, some bullshit. Coca-Cola, total bullshit in your body. That Coca-Cola uses it to clean their truck engines, right? There's a lot of things Coke's good for, but putting in your body ain't one of them. Clean your toilet. It's awesome sauce. Cleaning your toilet with Coke. Comedy Central, CC. We know what they've done on that, right? We love the Kobe Bryant helicopter cartoon. Culture Club. Remember them? CC. Culture Club with Boy George. He was one of the pre-Caitlyn Jenner. Like, he just kind of acted like a chick, but clearly still had his dick.
Right.
Chris Cornell.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat want to add some more CCs? It's hard to think of all. There's so many, man.
There's longtime baseball pitcher. He was in the league forever, CC Sabathia.
I think right away to close captioning on the TV.
Yeah, exactly. Closed captioning.
That's a good one.
I think that every time I see it.
Yeah.
All my friends that do steroids, they're always putting, I'm going to do a CC of test.
Yeah, CC in the email when you carbon copy someone.
Yeah. That's true.
This is a fun game, right? See, this is a way, here, let's make the Gematria home game, and we're playing it right now. People would get into this.
Sure. Yeah, well, that's what we got to figure out how to make it a game. You're right.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't be hard. All the things that start with CC, then that could be one game. It could be a multi-layered game. You could go through this whole CC thing. You could go through the whole 201 thing. Like, this is beyond Monopoly, what we're, a whole 33 thing.
Maybe that's what I should do. I've been trying to make a book, and there's too many pages with all the 201s. Turned into the 201 game.
Show. Yeah, we're on to something here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. A bunch of 201 playing cards. There's something you got to do with each card. There's a clue. Name that 201. Yeah.
I mean, some kind of board game, dude. Because people are infantile of the cartoonish graphics of a board game, the little pieces. Man, this could be something really high.
That's a great idea, because
someone was snoozing when he was talking about all the spin of the earth and stuff in the chat, but now we're on to something. The chat is fired up right now. Let's make this board game happen, people.
It doesn't have to be a board game necessarily. It can be a card game.
Let me get on go Columbus. I mean, if what's his name? Who's the guy that's totally tanked the Gematria calculator? Derek?
Uh-huh.
Man, what an abortion he's turned that thing into, right?
I don't know why he did everything that he did.
But if he can come up with that, man, we can come up with a killer board game. And it's cool because in different moods, you don't know, it's not always the same game. Sometimes you could go through that 33cc thing like we just did. And there's a ton of them. We just played out a few. You want to turn the board over, there's got to be a way we can do it where you reset the board, or maybe it's digital, and now we're doing the 201 game. How long could that game go on, Zach? Just the 201 game?
Well, the 201 game you can add to almost every day.
That everyone's drunk because they had 201 shots and they're sleeping on it, coming back to continue the game tomorrow.
The latest card. Female singer with shaved head who died 201 days after her son disappeared.
It's got to be part like Monopoly. We can take bits of the Illuminati card game concept, right?
Yeah.
The cards like that, a little bit of that action. Let's steal from them, man. They steal from us, taxes, all the rest.
Yeah.
I think we're on to something. Can't you see like the pieces instead of like the shoe in Monopoly? We got the little vaccine needle.
Yeah.
And that little cartoon coronavirus bug that they showed us, it's like a Nerf ball.
Yeah.
Tentacles.
Yeah.
You move it around the board.
Yeah. That would be funny. Different little game pieces that pay tribute to all their stupid 201 shit.
And like when you do something wrong, like do not pass, go back, get vaccinated, go to the ventilator. The hospital makes $33,000 off your ass.
Yeah, that's funny.
201 bottles of beer on the wall. Take one off. What do you got? 56 bottles of beer on the wall.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could have like you pull the card and like, who said this? Totally outlandish comment. In 8 weeks, 56% of Californians are going to have coronavirus.
Yeah.
And the answer is Melinda Gates. If people like, when I tell people both her parents, I go, that tranny Melinda Gates, I go, both her parents are Jesuit priests. How do you like them apples? And they look at me like, what?
Yeah. The funny thing, it's all true.
You go, everyone you know, name a person. I go, Fauci. Okay, Jesuit. He's retired now to Georgetown. That's where his new gig is. Everybody know that? You get the memo on that?
Yeah.
Did you do something on him?
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, the Georgetown article said he's had 54 years of public service. I was like, look at that shit. 54 years, like John Carroll started the university at age 54.
Dude, you're on delay, but I looked at the screen and Zach's laughing so hard he's wiping the tears from his eyes. See, the board game is the ticket. We've stumbled upon it tonight, and I know everyone will get behind. You want to get your crowdfunding up? This is the ticket, dude. And we can incorporate, like, the people who can't give up their beer, it can be a part drinking game.
Yeah. Yeah.
He gave us the idea of DK singing the 201 bottles of beer on the wall.
For DK, it's 201 bong rips. So.
In this game, the possibilities are endless how cool it could be, though. I know we're just spitballing and brainstorming. It sounds crazy, but, man, that's the coolest idea ever. I mean, I thought the kid's comic book would be cool, but this is even better.
Yeah. By the way, the chat said credit card, CC. Good one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
See, that's what we want, see? The board game's paying off. We got more ammo. Right there, we just make cards or whatever.
Car crash. Yeah, lots of celebrities die in a car crash. That's true.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think that, I have so much shit written down because I can't get it short enough in the book, but yeah, it could be like 201 cards, like some kind of clue game. Like there's a clue and then you got it, like somebody gives the clue and then the person's like, oh, I know what that is.
Because this is a thing, if we're going down and the world's tanking, man, at least let's have a cool board game to play.
Or any kind of game, right?
People have fun. They got to have fun. It's like during the commercial, you have remember those 70s commercials for Ronco and the games? For our commercial, we'll have REM's song, It's the End of the World as We Know It, but I Feel Fine.
Right.
Playing in the background is the announcer's like, Gematria, the board game.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I'm gonna begin just day by day, just making a card. I think making it humorous is a good idea. So
yeah, man. The Illuminati card game. Merge that into it. We got to think of all the best elements. Like even the Ouija board thing, moving the little thing. I mean, who knows? Think of all the best elements of all the best board games, and we bite them and put them all together in one epic game. This ain't no Candyland, people.
No, it'll be better. So
right. And maybe it's like Mousetrap, right? Remember that game? That was killer.
I do remember Mousetrap, but I don't remember how to play that game.
You had to put the pieces together, and then it was like like dominoes. At the end, the thing would go through all the little ball or something would go through. Yeah.
All the funny games.
We're gonna have to we'll have to do a whole stream, brainstorm this concept.
Yeah.
And get the crowdfunding thing going for it.
Yeah. I like it. It might help me solve my problem, my writing funk. But
you see, like homeless people in LA will be playing it.
Yeah.
They got it from Goodwill, right? Like someone put one in Goodwill and they're out on the street playing the board game.
Yeah.
Dude, it could be so awesome. We could make a game better than Monopoly. It'd be so easy. That game's so boring.
Gematria sounds like a game too.
And it's so many layers, and they wouldn't even think twice. Like Rubik's Cube, no one thinks twice about that weird name. Gematria, the game. They're just like, what's this? A new game?
That one would have to be all about 74, the first version.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were games that had different versions.
Yeah, you could do a bunch of different versions.
You could have multiple layers within one game. There's a way to do that. Maybe you flip the board over. So it's a Monopoly kind of board. I think it's got to be a board like that. Or like Twister. Imagine a game like Twister. Because that's how they have the sheet, man. Basically, like they got them in a Twister game, right?
Sure.
That's another good analogy.
Yeah.
They got them bending over backwards, taking it up the ass, sucking their partner's junk,
Yeah. Yeah.
The post TFR shows even was the highlight of the show. Man, I just am really bumming out on Chris Geo's between your talk breaks.
Yeah.
They get worse and worse, man. There was one tonight that I wanted to pull a Chris Cornell and hang myself. Okay, and let's talk about that with the people, everybody. know Chris Cornell's last video? What's the song? Was it Preaching the End of the World? No.
I know that the last song he performed that night was
Western Town. It was just like an old, and they did it in sepia tone. You know, it wasn't in color black, it was sepia tone. And his wife in real life kills him by she frames him up and he gets hung in the town square. By hanging, he dies. But it turns out at the end of the video, he's faked his death.
The music video came out in 2015, and yeah, there was even an article about it, the mock hanging.
Can we watch it?
Well, I used to have it here, but look, they took it down. They took it down.
You're down?
They took down the video that I had linked in my old post. But here it is right here. Here's the screenshot right from the video. Chris Cornell with the rope around his neck.
And his wife hangs him, and then at the end you see this, what's the politically correct word for like a big fat chick? Whoops. I think in the end, she's dressed in the old-fashioned garb, and she is in on it with him, and she helps him get out from under however they escaped, and he didn't really get hung.
Yeah.
And he's now living in he's living over in Tel Aviv or Kazakhstan. Did everybody Google Kazakhstan when we talked about it last time?
I wonder if he got that from, if they get that from like the caller that called earlier about all the different versions of the Bible, Ethiopian Bible sign. In a couple of those Bibles, Jesus is not crucified. And then like, I think hell was brought in like the 16th century, like put in the Bible, was never there. So I think maybe this video where he like fakes his own death could be, because I think there's a whole genre of people that are like, they fake that whole thing to make this whole fake religion of like, you know, God sacrificed his son when they really never killed the dude. And, you know, there was no, you know, like resurrection, like, you know, supernatural events. Because
yeah, we can spitball on this. Stars, celebrities most likely to have faked their death. This is a game like, you know, the game what was charades? Okay, it's like charades. Stars most likely to fake their death. Go. Prince. Michael Jackson. Chris Cornell. The dude from Linkin Park who hung himself just because Chris Cornell did.
And on Chris Cornell's birthday.
Just because Eddie Van Halen died of cancer, I'm going to go smoke cigarettes all fucking day, every day.
Well, also, again, when Chris Cornell first died, they first reported initially that he died May 17th, which is the anniversary of The Wizard of Oz, and there's the rumor that in the background of The Wizard of Oz, you can see a munchkin hanging. So I think that's also part of the joke. And then he has the song Noose. Soundgarden song, so
yeah. And isn't it weird? Isn't it weird how all these stars who die have songs about how they're going to die, like Prince, 319, Don't Let the Elevator Take Us Down, I Would Die For You, 421.
Exactly. Pretty Noose. Yeah, Pretty Noose. That's the name of the song.
That's a killer tune too. I always like that one.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what that name Soundgarden means?
I just like that name, man. That's a good name. I was like, you know, there's good band names and there's not so good band names and there's average band names, but that's a good one. Soundgarden.
Garden of Eden was you know, that's where they were playing with the sounds, you know, the frequency. So the Soundgarden was the Garden of Eden, and Lucifer was the cherubim angel who was in charge of the orchestra in heaven, and then came down with a perverted frequency for the earth. So that's where you get that name Soundgarden. A lot of stuff goes into the names of these bands, like Third Eye Blind, and you know, they had once they had set up like the jump room programs with the jump rooms that are basically like an elevator you go into and it teleports you to the moon bases and then the Mars bases. So it takes like 17 or 18 seconds. I can't remember. It's one of those occult numbers that they use before, like as you're going into the elevator at Raytheon or wherever, whichever one you go into, and when you come into the moon base, it's like 17 seconds, and for Mars it's 30 seconds. That's why the band name is 30 Seconds to Mars. So there's a lot of shit in these band names that comes from, like, you know, out of the like you know, esoteric UFO community and stuff like that people wouldn't even think of because they don't know. But that's where that comes from. And then Zach, you mentioned John Carroll, and who was just in the news is Eugene Carroll, and if you put that together, it's Eugene Carroll. Do you know who Eugene Carroll was?
Eugene Carroll, who was that?
Look, pop him up real quick. But yeah, he's you know what I'm saying, is another major Jesuit. So I think that the play with this Eugene Carroll is actually Eugene Carroll. So I was thinking you would look into that. Maybe there'd be some dates that are the same, or the gematria on something's got to be the same there. Because I see it as exactly like the Anthony Blinken thing with Abe Lincoln being Abraham Lincoln. You know, it's like green language.
I'm not finding anything for Eugene Carroll, but just Ian Curtis, a Joy Division, another singer, he hung himself and also died on May 18th, which is the day that they moved Chris Cornell's death to.
How hard it really is to hang yourself?
You know, it's funny, there's a movie.
Hollywood movies, and they're like, they think it's so easy. It's not that easy to hang yourself. You really got to know what you're doing, and you got to really do it right, or you're just going to cause yourself you're going to be wearing a neck brace and still walking around feeling like a fool.
There's a new Tom Hanks movie where he plays a grumpy old man trying to commit suicide, and he just can't pull it off. He can't pull off the hanging. He's destroying his property trying to make the hanging work. So. Anyway.
Good thing we're talking about the Soundgarden thing and their famous song called Black Hole Sun, so I can talk about that. So Saturn is not the black sun. Saturn is Kronos, the keeper of time. Actually, the rings are. It's the leader of the Titans, coming from the fake moon of Saturn called Titan. But the black sun is actually in the center of the galaxy, next to the central sun. It's like a dual thing. One's a black hole, and one is like a star. You know, we don't see the other one, but they can measure the effects of it because of the gravity it has on stuff around it, and like when you're taking the photos, the way it bends the light. So that's where they get the black hole sun, and you know, the black sun that these guys worship, the Schwartz sun. The top of the SS, the cult was called the Schwartz sun, is because that's the actual hell. So the way that the light matrix works is all the stars are putting out light, which are then coagulated into planets, into everything that's solid that we think is like see as solid, like our bodies and everything like that. That's all coagulated like together with sound. But then all the light that escapes that needs to be recycled is caught by these black holes that are everywhere. And so it's like a push-pull system. The black holes are, it's like a recycling bin. The black holes are soaking in all the unused and bad light, and it gets recycled back right out through the one that's putting out the light. That's why a star and a black hole are together at the center of, every galaxy. That's why I say, at the center of the galaxy is a giant black hole, but it's connected to it's the male and female, kind of like the female would be the light pushing out, and I guess the male version would be the one that's, composting everything, like recycling, and then the new light is being birthed out, and then it comes to each one of these stars that are like little nodes, which like our sun, it's kind of like, through quantum entanglement, that's, which basically you get into like super string theory and such. So that's this shit is so occult and scientific, and they're using it for song names and band names and stuff, which, you talk to a physicist, they probably won't even really, that's Rockefeller educated, they won't really understand much of what I said. They may understand a little bit about string theory and that stuff, but, they don't. Inside every atom, there's a black hole. That's the God particle, actually, which is You know, there's a zero, instead of inside the nucleus of an atom there being protons and neutrons, it's actually a 0.0 time field, which is actually God. And then you have a ring of light that's going around it, which is the quote unquote nuclear membrane. And then you have a bunch of toroidal fields that are basically small, like scalar tornadoes, which they call electrons, that are spinning. You know, that's why electrons have orbital spin properties. And they're trying to use all these negative, harmful EMF frequencies to mess with the orbital spin properties of these so-called electrons on our whole molecular and atomic structure. So, you know, it gets pretty deep scientific into this stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's in the band names, for goodness sakes. You know, you think Chris Cornell knows?
Dude, I got a great. Here's the game. I got another one, and we do it right on your channel. It's like the Hollywood Squares, man. You get Zach in there, DK, me. Who else we got? A few other people. We only need is someone. We go through this spitballing. Let's go through band names. Starting, here we go. Band names with occult and or some kind of Illuminati or New World Order symbolism. Go. 311. DK, go. Name a band.
Beatles.
Yeah. Aleister Crowley on the cover.
Everyone thinks, and then the cool little sub fact, everyone thinks that that's about the beat, like about the drum beat, but it's totally about the scarab beetle. Journey. What's every album cover that Journey has ever put out since they got Steve Perry in the band?
I don't know.
Foo Fighters.
Like a chick, right?
Foo
They gotta have the guy. They have to have the guy in the band, because Journey put 3 albums out with the Greg Raleigh, the keyboard player, because that band came out of Santana. Neil Sean was 16 playing guitar, and Greg Raleigh was who knows how young on keyboards with Carlos Santana. And then they busted out and started Journey, and their first 3 albums, people, was it a trio? No, they had the bass player. Just crazy good, man. Before they even had Steve Perry, they didn't need that guy, I guess, to have those gay hits that they had with that voice. But they got rid of the low guy on the first thing, like on a couple songs right when they got him in the band. They let the low voice guys sing some lines. But by the next album, he wasn't singing anything. So eventually, he quit the band. But yeah, all their album covers have the Scarab Beetle on it. And I just sent you one. Look at this, Neil. I should have just sent this to you because I just saw it in the folder. Any other band names, people?
I mean, every British band's into the whole Aleister Crowley thing. Tool over here in America is all into the occult.
Everyone, yeah, we talked about Maynard on his book cover.
Yeah, doing the hidden hand.
He just looks like Napoleon. Who does he think he is, Napoleon?
Yeah.
Here, let me send this to you. Because he's got it right there. He's got it all in there. So Neil Sean, the guitarist from Journey, and they got the gold. You know, we've talked a lot about the Golden Gates and what's going to go down there, right? And they've always, you know, they had, because they're from San Francisco, and their song Lights is about, you know, they talk about the Golden Gate Bridge. And there's even this Brazilian artist that keeps singing that line as a chant in one of his songs, Golden Gate, Golden Gate. Check what I just pull up what I just sent you. Anybody got some other bands? Madonna's song Illuminati. We're big fans of that one.
I mean, you can go on for days. I mean, there's a lot.
Has everyone seen that meme with it's got Madonna and Roseanne Barr, how they look now? And the meme's like, who would have thought that Roseanne Barr would end up being hotter than Madonna? I think I sent that to you, Zach, right? It's reality.
Oh, just
you look at it like, holy, Madonna literally looks like a transhuman AI character now.
Yeah, Madonna looks crazy.
Yeah, she's lost her marbles.
Yeah. Yeah, she looks wilder than Michael Jackson. That's the Journey cover?
That's Neil Sean's like solo thing. There's nothing nothing to see there.
Yeah, the two wings, the pyramid, the eye over the bridges, building, construction. Yeah, that is interesting. Something I never did do is play this clip that DK wanted us to play.
Play it.
Oh yeah, play that audio. That's good audio.
Okay, here it is. 45 seconds.
Not funny at all. They are trying to basically buy up everything. This is exactly how the coal mines did it. The company store, they give you fake money that you can only spend there and at the company stores. So you basically work your butt off. You'd have just enough money to pay rent and all the food and the rent and the entertainment. It was all controlled by one entity. So at the end of the week, you were basically broke. So they actually weren't paying you anything. They were letting you eat and sleep there. This is exactly what is going on, except it's a whole lot more elaborate. And that is not either conspiratorial or hyperbolic. This is actually what is going on. Enormous amount of you have said the same thing, that you're not funny at all. They are trying to basically buy up everything. This is exactly how the coal mines.
So what the clip didn't show is what he was speaking in regards to, and he's just saying that's just the modern day wage slave system, or was it something more specific?
Yeah, basically how they own everything. So you're not, all you're doing, the money is printed and we're just recycling it right back to them anyways. You know, they're just letting you fucking eat and sleep while you work for them. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing anything ever.
Yeah.
And that's how coal mines work, but they've expanded that. That's how our whole society is set up like a coal mine, because like you said, one entity owns everything, all the entertainment, everything. You know, you have a few mom and pop shops here and there, but you know how that is now. Everything's just like, no matter what city on earth you go to, it's like all the same stores, you know, all the same restaurants, even everything, same hotel chains everywhere. It's not, I mean, it's all the same. So each city would be like a coal mine, but then, you know, the whole earth is like a greater coal mine. Like he said, it's just more elaborate, but you're not really ever spending any of your money on anything hardly ever that isn't going right back to them, no matter what it is, you know. All the stuff you have to pay for, your mortgage, your insurance, your, like, you know, all the gas, your car, just basically every expense, your phone, every expense you could think of that you have is literally going right back to them.
Yeah.
No matter how you make your money, it doesn't even matter. You know, whether, let's just say you're, you know, sewing freaking clothes at home and selling it to people door to door, you're still, everything you buy, you know, like you have to buy to be in society, unless you're going to live out in the outskirts of society, it just goes right back to them. So that's exactly what the coal mine was set up. And then, you know, that's why we have all these different monies in every country, because it's a coal mine. Because remember, the coal mines would give you this money that you could only use at the coal mines, like monopoly money. So this is why we all have all these different. Why isn't it just one money all around the world, like how it used to be, like gold or whatever, things that have value? Because then they can't set up the coal mine system. You know what I mean? If you're using something of real value, then the coal mine system doesn't work. It just falls apart right away.
Divide the sheep, conquer the flock. So they did it with language. There used to be one language. Zach, I sent you one last email. Save it to the end. Don't put it up. Just let us. I figured we should go out with some light humor.
Okay.
Loosely related to Satanism this evening. So we'll get back to that. Just hold that little meme till the end of the guy and girl in bed together, going to sleep. And as we wish everybody a good night, we'll share that meme there.
Okay.
You know, the Hollywood Squares that haven't doing the, because I got a music buddy that does a YouTube show, and he does that with all the people from all his friends. They get on and talk about their favorite albums and music. We should get on, and we can get the Hollywood Squares of Gematria, the Gematria Squares, and get on there and just do it in an entertaining way where people can have fun. in the chat and with us, trying to come up with how many things we know that are 201 or 33, or what bands are related to this, or how many people which celebrities have faked their death. Here's some other suspect ones. Whitney Houston and her daughter, both in a bathtub.
All right.
Okay. Princess Leia from Star Wars and her mom, Carrie Fisher, and Debbie, what's her mom's name? Debbie Reynolds? Is that her mom? One day apart, when the Star Wars was tanking at the box office, and they needed some overdue press to get people out to see the latest shitty installment. All right. Here's another one, like, what Hollywood stars were born trannies, and then they just faked the public. Did you know Jamie Lee Curtis, when she was born? I got the headline from the paper. Didn't I send that to you, Zach?
Maybe.
Where they call Jamie Lee Curtis a he. It has the mom and dad, Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, who's in Psycho, right? She's in the shower scene. That's her mom, right? They have a picture of them in the newspaper saying, welcomes their new baby, Jamie Lee Curtis, and says he.
Find
that here. I'll send it to you, Zach.
Was that show?
I keep all this stuff, you guys. And man, this is a trip, dude. I literally opened my phone and I have a photo album of truth-related stuff, and it was in that album right on that picture.
Huh.
And that just blew my mind apart, man. That's like the dove, when the dove landed above your head when you were talking about Prince on Hollywood Boulevard. It's just a trip, man. Look at it.
Where's the show? That Saturn cube, and people were sitting like nine people in a Saturn cube. Was that Hollywood Squares? No.
It was Squares. There's people in a tic-tac-toe, my man.
Yeah. It was the Saturn cube, and there was 9 of them.
Yeah, we do that on Zach's channel. How many people we need in the squares to fill it? I think it's 9.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 9.
So there's 3 of us right here. Who else we got that's awake, that's like smart and literate? Jonathan, is Jonathan still around?
Yeah.
Like Rambo's Amps grade. But there's 4 right there. We get a few more, and we got us a game show, man. Gematria.
They got the 9 Hollywood.
It's great because it's symbolism, the gematria and everything about it's geometry. So there we are, on your channel. We got the technology with Zoom, man. You can do it. And you can probably do it in your, what's that program we use? OBS?
Sure. Or StreamYard.
Did you get that? The latest email with the Jamie Lee Curtis headline with mom and dad, of the proud parents of the son that went on to star as a woman in Halloween. I mean, didn't you guys always notice that she looks so weird even when it's just so weird what they're doing with these Hollywood kids, man. Because then you see her in that one movie with Arnold, was it Schwarzenegger, where she's dancing all sexy in that scene?
8-week-old boy.
True Lies.
Yeah, pull that up. Look does that trip you out, Zach? Isn't that? See, this is perfect. You should just save this. You need a folder of things like this, visual aids. That's one thing that could improve your channel if you had a little folder where at your whim, when you want to prove a point, you pull up this thing about the United States of amnesia. Here's an example. Check out this headline with Jamie Lee Curtis and her parents. You got that up?
Yeah.
So I'm still back on Aleister Crowley's his face there.
I don't know why you see something different. It should be...
They're there. So everybody, can you blow up the text now so people see?
Let me see
what it says and read it for themselves. Yeah, JFK is another one that probably didn't die when they faked his death. That's one episode, that's one segment of Hollywood Squares. All right, Gematria savants, please give us the best list celebrities, politicians, sports actors who definitely fake their death. And Juice World, who's the guy that tweeted? He tweeted he's going to put out a bunch of good music for a couple of years and fake his death. I got that tweet. I saved that tweet.
Yeah, I got that one archived too.
Juice World, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Juice World.
Yeah.
Did you blow that up, everybody? You see that? In the United States of Amnesia? I pointed the arrow right at it for you. Jamie Lee Curtis makes his camera debut to the world.
If I show this to my sister, she'd go, "It was just a typo."
Yeah, okay. Look at the face, man. Like, people are so used to looking at androgynous faces now because they've seen, like, Sandra Bullock as America's sweetheart with that chin, you know, and most women don't have a cleft in their chin. Again, that's another good tell, and it's not universal, but it's pretty much, it's a good one. Women, you know, men don't have a widow's peak. Most men, some do. I know, Zach, you knew someone.
Yeah, this boy David, he had a widow's peak.
Anyone, but it's rare, and they're getting a little extra female in the birthing process there. It's like I told you, these female drummers I've played with, like, I don't know how I've ended up playing like 4 or 5 female drummers from between America and Brazil, and they're always like, you just look at them like, dude, man, they got more male hormones in the birthing process. They are walking like a dude. They talk like a dude. They play drums as good as any dude. Better than most, you know.
Indeed, yeah.
But that headline, what's anyone make of that headline? And there's so many. I mean, we could pull these things out. We got all these things just sitting around. I got a phone full of stuff like this to just blow people's mind. You know what I do to people? This is the best thing you can do to people. It's like a magic trick. They freak the fuck out because I get someone else be sitting at a table. You're like at Olive Garden. You're at. Is there any more TGI Fridays? Wherever you are, man. You're at Chuck E. Cheese. Wherever you are with your sleeping friends. Tell one of your sleeping friends to, like, get out their phone and go, okay. And I just did this. I did this in Australia with some people and blew their minds, man. I go, okay, Google first you say, okay, what they call Elvis Presley? What was his nickname? And everyone immediately goes, the King. And you go, okay, can someone please, you're like a magician. That's how you got to do it. Make it fun, man. You go, okay, can someone Google, please, when did Elvis Presley die? Okay, hold that up on your phone there. This is exactly how I did it, man. I'm telling you, people, this is how you win people over. Okay, they got their phone up. Now somebody else. Okay, what did they call Aretha Franklin? What was her nickname?
The Queen of Soul.
Somebody in another phone pull up what day did Aretha Franklin die. And then you have the people hold the cell phones side by side and let everyone mind melt.
Right. Yeah.
Or you pull up the Prince single. Okay, Google the Prince single cover for I Would Die For You. And it's got the 4 and the U on the 45, right? Then, okay, can now someone hold that on their phone? Now, can someone please... and I'm saying, am I like Chris Angel over here? Am I David? I say this right to the people. Am I friggin' David Copperfield? What am I doing here? How am I doing this, people? I say, okay, now pull up. What day did Prince die? Now, then you hold the phones up. They see the single cover. They see the day Prince died. Okay, everybody, somebody, can you please Google what day was Elvis Presley vaccinated for the polio vaccine? You know, because people weren't getting the vaccine. Give them a little info. So they put Puppet Elvis up there. What date was it? Okay, somebody else anybody tell me what day Bill Gates was born?
Or it could be like, what vaccine guru's birthdays? Yeah.
Okay. People, Bill Gates, we know he's involved in depopulation. You can pull up the TED Talk. Okay. What about Bill Gates' dad? Does anybody know about Bill Gates' father? What was he involved in? Oh, Planned Parenthood. You know, you got it on 2 cell phones. You're using technology against them, right? We're using technology for the good of mankind, and this is like you turn it into a party trick.
Sure.
And you mock the people. Am I a magician here? How am I doing this? And when the people can't explain, then you got them open and you start going into it.
Yeah.
I've done this in America. I just did it in Australia. And you blow people's minds when you present it that way, because that's how I got some of the guys in my band and crew into it. So I did it to my singer. And now he's waking up and he's going, wow, man, you're blowing my mind. The Elvis Aretha thing, these things, they get too close. Again, people, when they're working a 9-to-5 and everything that in the coal mine that DK's talking about, they can't put the puzzle pieces together. That puzzle piece with Elvis fell over here. That puzzle piece with Aretha over here. They didn't put it, but if you put it together for them, it's like it's the person who's stumped with the puzzle. You sit down, this piece goes here, you see? And then you just show them. And these are some of the best. I'm giving you the best, simple, mind-blowing, easiest to Google, right? We don't have to get into anything technical that it can be theory that hasn't been proven, right? Speculating on what people did back in Copernicus's time. This is just real shit in pop culture, right? Aaliyah, you can start going through. Once you get the Prince thing, then you go, okay, let's Google. Remember that weird thing with Aaliyah? And everyone, even when it happened, you're like, I never heard about it. That's the weirdest thing, man. Plane crash in the Bahamas, video shoot. I mean, just what day did Aaliyah die? Then you Google, okay, what day did Prince's dad die? And it's the same day, same year. And you got two people holding it up on two phones. And then you go, okay, vanity. And this is when you can start telling about the Grammys and how Zach and I figured out the thing with Prince and vanity. And then you go, oh, check this out. What day did Prince's mom die? What day did Vanity die?
Right.
Then you go, okay, somebody else on another phone. Didn't they turn Niagara Falls purple the day Prince died? How were they? Can someone pull that up on your phone? Okay, why did they do that, man? Can you please Google where was Denise Matthews' Vanity born?
Right.
See?
Yeah.
It's riveting, man.
Yeah.
You can do it at the party when people are drunk and their minds will be blown and they won't fight back at you.
Sure. Yeah, timing is everything.
Hey, man, this is the only way that I've ever left people speechless. And it literally comes off, they're looking at you like you're Chris Angel.
Yeah.
Like you're David Blaine. They can't fathom you in that moment. And then they'll never forget you, right? And then they're like, do you know what Jeff Young did? Look what he told me. And look at this. Check that. And then they tell the king, the queen of soul, and they show that. Even if they show just that one thing, and then they show the Prince thing, man, that's enough to spark someone to go, wait, man, something's smelling weird in Denmark.
Right.
Right? This was a good stream of conscious brainstorming tonight, right, dude? These like playing games and making it fun and the magic trick at a party thing.
I've been saying forever I need to create a Gematria game.
Back in the old days, the magician at the party doing the party tricks.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I've been saying forever a game would be a good idea, and yeah, so.
And so until we get the game, people, start using that party trick I just showed you. Do it around the table when people, and that's the great thing. You're getting people off the cell phone, not paying attention to each other with their heads down and their necks cranked. Now they're using the cell phone and you're all engaging with each other, and we're turning it against them. Get it?
Indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, people should be like standing ovation in the chat for that. Using the phone, because we all complain, man. We complain when our girlfriend's on the phone at dinner. We complain when we go out with our friends. You got 4, 6, 8 people sitting there, and the Eagles, in Hotel California was right? We are just prisoners of our own device,
right?
Truly.
Right? So this is a way to turn it around. Get everyone to use their cell phone to look up these facts on more than one cell phone. At first, I made a person do it on just one phone, but it's not as impactful. When you got one of your friends with the cell phone with Elvis and the other with Aretha, and they're holding it up, you're the magician, and they're like, you brought them up on stage, and they're part of the trick. And everyone sees it, and they know that you're not, that there's no trick behind it, because these other two people, they couldn't be in on it with you. I mean, and you just start going through the most obvious, easy things like that, right? Like you could even do the 56 days and 8 weeks with Gavin Newsom, because no one knows about 8 weeks. Just pull up the headline and then have someone on a calculator go, okay, he's talking about 56% of Californians in 8 weeks. Can someone pull up on their phone, how many days is 8 weeks exactly? And there you got it. You got the headline on one phone, and you got, because sometimes when I tell that to people, they just look at me with a florid stare. But they need the visual. They need to see the headline of him saying it, and they need to see that 8 weeks is 56 days, right? Show it to them on a cell phone and turn those cell phones against them, man. Yeah, we can use them for the good of mankind.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Can't wait to show them that.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna do that instead of the book, because the book's just got. It's just too long for a book, but I can simplify it into a card game, and people will read cards. If I have 201 201s on little short things and cards, that's a way people can digest it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of ways to play this, what we brainstormed tonight. So people listen to this show and listen to this. This is how you do it. This is how we did it at Matrix in my company. This is how we saved our business. By sitting in the conference room, brainstorming ideas just like this, but then having the courage and the balls and the wherewithal to go manifest it later. And most of the company was like, you're crazy. They fought back. They were too lazy to get involved. But, this is exactly how you do it. You mind map it out. You spitball the ideas. And we could do something so great with this, man. We just saw how much fun it was. I saw you, Zach. That's the most I've seen you smiling in 6 months. At least since I saw you at the Rainbow.
Yeah.
And that girl in pink walked up to the table.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a good night indeed.
Yeah, come on, people. Let's throw this out there. I forget the exact date, but man, Zach, we got to get you down here. Let's get all the truth seekers out to the Whiskey a Go-Go on the Sunset Strip. I mean,
somebody said that
we got a lot of metalheads, especially Megadeth fans, are open to these kind of concepts, because Mustaine talked about all these concepts in his lyrics, for better or worse. I mean, on my album, on that we're playing in its entirety, one of the lines, hook and mouth. I mean, we've read these lyrics on the show before, but that one line that just sticks out with all the censorship and Google and what Zach's been going through. Little man with the big eraser, changing history, altering the facts and figures, all he hears and sees. Right? I mean, that was 1988 we were singing that.
Right.
And here it's come to pass. Right?
Indeed.
That's another thing for a game spinoff, like all the scenes in movies, like charades related, all the scenes in movies with predictive programming. Go,
Right, how many can you name? Yeah, and just who can come up with a longer list.
Watch one of my favorite finds that I put in one of my 33 in your face videos. I think it's in part 1, is in Pulp Fiction. When Bruce Willis, when he goes into, is it a pawn shop before there's the underground thing in the whole GIMP,
the whole GIMP scene happens. He's in the pawn shop, and he looks up, and there's like a remote controlled car on the shelf for sale, and the number on the side of the car is 33.
Of course.
They're so detailed, dudes.
Yeah.
Again, I highly recommend. That's one of the best. That's another easy thing to just go to my YouTube channel, The Music Lives Live web show, and those parts 1, 2, and 3 are killers, man. That's 3 years worth of work. I should get some kind of a award in the truth community for that 3-part series.
Yeah, it's good too.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the cool thing about that is without saying a word, you just if a picture says 1,000 words, and each of those videos has 100 more pictures of 33 in the news that year, because it's basically each part is 1 year of me collecting headlines and throwing them in a folder on my desktop, and then at the end of the year make a video with some cool music, right?
Indeed, yeah.
So if a picture says 1,000 words, what do those 3 videos say? That they've shoved 33 in our faces that much in such outlandish stories, man. And the most powerful one's the coronavirus one, because it's not a full year, it's just a few months I collected from all over the world headlines. I had so many 33s, I already had my part 3. 33 in your face, part 3. And it's all coronavirus. I mean, you start laughing because there's just no possible way in the human realm of, calculations, and that this many stories could have this number in common organically. It's not possible within that short of a few months span of time. This many stories around the world. It's nuts.
Indeed.
We want to let this house sweet lady doing. Is she breathing fire yet?
I guarantee she fell asleep, but I'll hear about it in the morning. So.
But hey, we had a man's got to do what a man's got to do, Zach.
Yeah, no, it was a good stream, and yeah, I really like the game idea. I mean, I've had that idea for a long time to figure out a way to create a game, but yeah, just talking about it doesn't need to be as complicated as maybe I've been trying to make it. So
TK's been tired. Is he over there doing abs and push-ups?
I'm sure he is.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing when I'm talking to him. You still with us, TK?
Yeah, I still got to go to the gym and do back and biceps. So
I was wondering if it might be their ear candling he's been ear candling a lot when we talk.
I got a couple closing thoughts when you were on a roll, so I just let you go. I got a couple closing thoughts when everybody's done.
Well, go ahead, because yeah, we got to wrap it up. I get up so early every day now. I'm gonna pass out. So.
What I forgot one. You don't do streams very often anymore, but one of the ones you did either like earlier today or I think maybe it was one the other day. You were talking about we don't know how much time we have left till they do the new lockdowns for the Marburg or whatever the hell they're gonna call it.
Spars 2025, right?
Now they're saying the jet streams are going to be shut down by 2025, possibly. It's like, come on.
Yeah, so anyway, I think we can get back at that chick that came out onto the French Open court with that sign that said...
Oh, yeah. How many days we have.
Yeah, we should be looking at that date again. I said this already a few times, but that was definitely a sign to... I don't know. At the time, I didn't know what it was going to be about, but... it was in the French Open too, the Jesuits from France. And
Zach, I sent you before that. I remember the funny meme. Sorry to cut you off, dude, but it's related to what you're talking about. So can you pull it? I just sent you an email, and this is right from their business plan, man. This is the cover. Like, people go out and get online and you can get this shit online if you use your Noodle. This is the cover of their business plan. I guess like Event 201 had a very similar cover. It just had the Event 201, blah, 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 blah. The one Zach's going to put up right now, and then DK. Can you see Zach's screen, DK?
No, right now I can't. No.
1,028 days left.
Can you?
Yeah, remember that number 1028 too? That was that October 28th. If you look at it, guys, that's a big date again. Remember?
Here, DK, I sent you what Zach's going to put up so you can see it for yourself.
March 27th, 2025 is 1,028 days after that. I got an old post on it.
527 is the
March.
numbers?
March 27th.
Oh, 327.
Wow.
The 86th day of the year.
86 'em.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that John Hopkins thing you just said.
Yes, put that up, Zach. What I just sent DK. It's the newest email I just sent you like seconds ago.
Yeah, so that could be.
That's the cover of their business plan, dude. There's pages. All their pages, their white pages, are behind that.
Oh yeah, as far as 2025, I'm well aware of this one.
Yeah, put that up, but read the small print, everybody. Let everybody see that small print.
A futuristic scenario for public health risk communicators, the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. That part.
Nice. It's very similar to the 201 event, 201 thing.
Yeah, same people.
You think that could be the start date of the beast system, Zach, where they link everybody to have to use the digital currency?
Well, remember the phrase "the Great Tribulation's 225," and then in the movie that Amazon put out, Lockdown 2025, they literally talk about that being the year of the Great Tribulation, and that goes with their whole Revelation biblical prophecy thing.
Look at the image they put on the cover of their sparse. They don't even give us a new cartoon. They just give us like the Nerf ball with the spikes out of it again.
Yeah, a little bit different.
How many? Does somebody have the ability to count how many spikes are coming out? Is there 32 spikes coming out of that thing, or what?
There's got to be more than that.
There's a guy who posted my 33-second guitar solo that's on my YouTube, where he's thinking hard about that. Does that mean I'm amazing, dude, because I did that? Is that what that means?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There's clowns in the chat. Take a guess why I did that. Do you want to take a guess why I did that? If I didn't do it because I'm one of them, what would be the other reason why I did do it? It's a killer fucking solo, so thanks for pimping. Killer. That's a good one. That's one of my favorite. And the whole video's up there. Actually, the whole video's on my YouTube. I just pulled that, so that's like a TikTok kind of thing. I put that on my TikTok.
Yeah.
You guys, like, humor is so lost on some of you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Irony, being facetious. Have you ever heard of being facetious? Jesus, man.
Yeah. All right, well, we can wrap it up there for tonight. It was a good stream with a lot of good ideas, and yeah, got to make the game thing a reality. So
this person wants the name of the YouTube with the 33. Can you pull that up and let them see it? They
yeah.
Where the 33 face is.
Yeah.
I got to change it back. Sorry, people. I was going to change the name of my show, but that's a dumb thing to do when you've branded something for 11 years. Why do you go change it now? So I'm going to change it back to Music Without Boundaries on YouTube, but right now it's Music Lives Live Web Show. I was trying to embrace the idea that, like, Gene Simmons and all these people saying music's dead, rock and roll's dead. I was like, no, it's not, man. Music is infinite as your creativity is, and it's as dead as your, pessimism and lack of creativity. So it was like Music Lives Live on YouTube. I was going to do a show, but I got too busy. So, yeah, if you pull up the Music Lives Live, then you'll see, there's other cool stuff to check out there, music related, right? Just concerts and excerpts from cool stuff. But the three killer videos there are you see the most recent one It's part 3. Obviously, they go in order because part 1's the oldest. Part 3, that's the coronavirus one. So if you really want to get an idea of how fast and furious they flash these numbers around the world in totally precarious and impossible scenarios in the headlines, that's the video to watch. You can watch part 3 first and blow your mind, but then go back. Part 2's killer. And again, there's no narration, no talking. It's just cool music behind. All right? See, it's 33 in your face, the coronavirus PSYOP edition. Bill Gates, will the pandemic wipe out 33 million in 1 year? Right?
And Bill Gates equals 33.
Cases of COVID-19 in Alberta.
Yeah.
33 tested positive in California. 33 brings the total in Thailand. In every country, it's 33 people. That's the trippy thing about coronavirus. It only affects a total of 33 people. There, see, in the EU, 33 people. Chinese doctor, 33-year-old. 33 cases? No. Across 33 countries. There should be rim shots with every headline. Was that Beijing? Here, SARS, 33 cases. 33 cases in China. 33 confirmed cases in California. That's why I put these back to back. 33 million people have coronavirus. 7 cases in Bahrain, up to 33. Newsom details 33 California coronavirus. Local virus stable at 33. They're flying by fast. You got to watch these people. Just look at them all, though. It's a hoot. It's a hoot. China lockdown spreads to 33 million people. Sri Lanka flies out 33 citizens. Coronavirus outbreak, 33 people. Ooh, the Eyes of Darkness book, Zach. You know that one.
Yeah.
There's 33 right there. Shit. There. I mean, I'm putting your shit in that video, Zach. GematriaEffectNews screen caps. Right there. I'm getting you out there. Dow Jones, all that stuff. We're spitting it. See, this one video, you can show, look, it's not possible that this stuff is organic. 33 churches. 3 minutes, 33 seconds video. Kendall Brown, 33, freelance writer. 33-year-old sustainability director. It's a hoot. 33% is Manchester United. Right, Zach? It's a trip, isn't it?
It is.
You see it this fast, and you realize that this is just a couple, 3-4 months, man. And again, but these puzzle pieces of all these headlines, they fell like all over the world, but who put it together? Right? Coronavirus cases in Michigan climbed to 33. China's at 33%. Shit, man. At least this coronavirus is consistent in its percentages around the world, man.
Yeah.
It always hits at 33, man. There's some kind of Vegas game, we'd always be winning. We'd always bet on 33. Egypt.
That guy's sweatshirt in the background. Oh, I'm ahead of you. That's why.
U.S. death toll, 33 states. Confirmed cases, 30, but only in 33 states. None of the others are cool. More coronavirus. 33 new cases die. I like when they do that with where they code the 32, because 32 is still 33. Get it? 2 3s is still 33. She's got it on her mic thing, on her little news thing. Look at the guy next to him. He's got the T-shirt that says "Suck my dick, I'm Irish." And here I show this. Here it is. It's the American Medical Association book. It's the encyclopedia. It says coronavirus, the common cold. There it is.
Yeah.
I'm just here to help people. I'm just here to help. Time to wake up.
Well, I remember we were just it was just killing me at the beginning of the pandemic because they were putting out all the symptoms of coronavirus. I was like, what the hell's the difference between this and when you're just typically sick? Don't we normally call this being sick? I mean, come on, man.
And just read the medical encyclopedia, man. They give you the technical, the jargon that only doctors understand coronavirus. Then they give you the generic and it says cold, common cold, man, with a bunch of fear porn pissed all over it.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys all went and got vaxxed, man. My chicks turned into a different person.
This guy's shirt, though.
Ah! Like, suck my dick on my
Look how I'm just standing there on the news.
Interviewing him on the newscast about the virus, and she's such a zombie, this newscaster lady, she doesn't even notice what his t-shirt says. And he's so proud he's got that in there, man. And you guys got to go watch 3 parts, man. Watch all 3 parts and share with your friends. Collect them all.
You think that's on accident, or do you think that was staged to have that dude on there with that shirt?
It was. I'm sure it was on St. Patty's Day.
That's high entertainment. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, I'll be in Phoenix. I'm on tour with Dead Groove Band. People check out Dead Groove Band on Facebook. It's a power trio. It's kind of like stoner rock with early Deep Purple, Black Sabbath, rockabilly. It's just really cool. 3-part harmonies, power trio. Chick singer, bass player. She plays bass and sings. It's my drummer from Kings of Thrash girlfriend.
Okay.
It's their band. They got this band, and their guitar player's stuck in Peru. He's a judge on The Voice Peru, or not a judge. I keep saying he's a coach on The Voice Peru, and he's got problems with his green card. So I've been filling in, and I'm going to fill in a bunch of dates with him. We're about to confirm Rhode Island. We've got New York people. Come on up to the Cutting Room. All right, let me give you the dates. I can give you some Dead Group Band dates right here. The Cutting Room, people, it's a legendary club. A lot of heads have been cut there, if you know what.
August 20th, the Cutting Room.
Yeah, the Cutting Room in New York City. So I want to see all those New York truth seekers. I'm looking at, man, it's a cool venue. Shit, look at their Facebook, people. I gotta like that page. Look at it. Man, see, Dead Groove, we're playing some cool venues already. So Cutting Room, let me see what's the date on that.
You're in New Jersey the day before on August 19th. You're at the Cutting Room on August 20th.
You're faster than me, man. We're playing September 7th in Phoenix, Arizona, people. And it's killer because it's my drummer, in Dead Groove Band. It's Fred from Kings of Thrash, and me, and Fred's girlfriend on bass and vocals. But opening for us, check it out. We got LA's tribute to Pantera, Far Beyond Hostile, all-female Pantera tribute. 4 sexy chicks playing Pantera.
That's funny.
Get about it, people. And opening for us also is our singer from Kings of Thrash, Chaz, who looks like Chris Cornell. He fronts a Soundgarden tribute. They're called Black Days, D-A-Z-E. And another band called 10 Cent Revenge. I think they might be from Phoenix. We're playing at the Blues Bar. It's in Phoenix.
You know where he got that name, Black Days?
It's a Soundgarden tune.
Oh, I was going to say it's the name of a song, right? It goes, fell on Black
Days. Yeah, he fell on Black Days, yeah.
That's Chris Cornell, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
That song, Black Hole Sun, is that the beginning of Black Hole Sun right there, or no?
No, different song.
Okay,
Same album.
2 different, totally depressing songs.
Okay.
Draper, Utah, people. The Far Beyond Hostile female Pantera tributes with us. Dead Groove, Joe Rock Show, and Damn Dirty Vultures. What club is it at? Leatherheads Sports Grill in Draper, Utah. That's where all the Mormons are going to be coming out. Crazy groupie chicks in Salt Lake, man. So that's what I remember. Crazy, brainwashed groupie chicks. Like the most psycho groupies in the United States hail from Utah.
You got to watch out for those Mormon girls, man. Those Mormon girls are trouble.
Proudly back there. We're playing at the Blackbird Bar in Cedar City, Utah on September 8th with Far Beyond Hostile. Those Pantera girls are going to be out with us for a while. We might get in trouble. Hold on. And here it is. Here's the New York gig. We're playing with some band called Militia Vokes. They look kind of cool and militant. New York City, August 20th, people. Hope to see some Gematria Effect News t-shirts out at these gigs. All right.
Yeah, we'll get the dates out again as they approach.
Jimmy's Lounge in Kearney, New Jersey.
August 19th. Yeah.
With Atomic Battery. I like these logos where you can't read the band name. They make it so obscure. They're like, we want to make our logos so obscure you don't even know who we are. That's how underground we are. So there's a couple bands whose logo I can't read, but
hold on, Jeff. I got to change the screen. So it just update. I swear to God, Google is watching and just making jokes in the moment. It just updated. Oh, and it just changed again. It just changed to the average view duration was 33 minutes and 33 seconds. And then when I noticed it and flipped it over, it changed to 33 minutes and 35 seconds. But it wasn't even on 33 minutes just a little bit ago. So I'm just like, what? Anyway, that's for this stream, supposedly.
This dude in chat says that Mormon women have magical underwear too. Do you know anything about that, DK?
Yeah.
Any intel?
Remember that actor, Kirk Cameron, that used to be, I forgot what the heck the name of that show was, but...
Was that Family Ties or Growing... It wasn't Growing
Pains, I think, mate. No, was it Growing Pains? No, I think Growing Pains was with the guy that was like, he was...
Which one was with Todd Bridges?
That's what you talking about, Willis. That's,
yeah.
No, that's a different...
Much different strokes.
Yeah.
I dated some chick who dated Todd Bridges. This is such a trip. This is a chapter in my book. So I dated her. I remember her name, man. My photographic memory kicking in. It was during the time when he was in jail. And I banged her, man. I was hesitant. I'm like, this chick banged Todd Bridges. I don't know if I want to go there, man. And then Becky Sanfilippo. But she was so banging hot. Like, kind of Latin looking. I saw her out by the pool in a bikini, dude, and it was all over. And like Todd was in jail, so he wasn't hitting it. So shit. Okay, you know what I'm saying? But she was always going to jail to see him, and it pissed me off. I'm like, you're not gonna dump that creep? Give me a break, man. That guy's a fucking loser. But she was enamored with the drama of it, I guess. She was hot. I gotta give it, Becky. Shout out if you're out there listening. You know, if you woke up, just saying. I can't imagine she's by now a Gematria savant or anything, but
your buddy Howard Stern had that guy Kirk Cameron on, and he was talking about his magic underwear. I forgot. I think it was in the 90s or something. How it keeps him from having sex and from cheating and all this shit. So that's how the got famous.
I saw that. That was nuts.
Yeah, so that's where you get the magic. That's who kind of brought nobody knew about magic underwear before that, I don't think. So that was like 30 years ago.
He was a trip, man. Did you see him end up like he got on these religious shows and he was all kooky.
Oh yeah, he's a crazy dude.
He went whack dude.
Name of that show though, I don't know if it was I think it was Growing Pains. I'm trying to remember what was the one show where he was narrating it and he was like they were back in like the 70s or whatever, and his neighbor, he likes his neighbor who's the girl, God, I can't remember that shit. That one's not called Grow. I guess you're right. It is Growing Pains. Is that Kirk Cameron show? I always thought Growing Pains was this one other show, which is another famous show, and I can't think of the. I think no, that was 3 years.
Meredith Baxter Burney from the girl that played Kirk Cameron's mom on that show. I think that was Family Ties, dude. Was the name of Kirk Cameron's show? Can anyone in the chat?
Michael J. Fox was Family Ties.
Who was the Meredith Baxter Burney? Yeah. I saw Michael J. Fox's mom in a parking lot at a Kroger. She was very friendly, very nice lady. Very sunny. She's like, hello, hi, nice to see you.
I don't know how a lot of these black actors get their Jewish last names. Is what I'm wondering too. You know?
I haven't talked to you people about Australia. Let me give you, as we cut out and Zach's falling asleep on his hand there. Look at Zach, totally nodded out. That's what Mustaine looks like when he's on junk. Just like how Zach is right now. When a heroin addict's nodded out, it looks kind of like Zach right now. But Australia people, it was so cool to see. First of all, the American dollar's like double strong there. But it was, Australian people are so much more chill. You really feel how aggro and hyped out and hopped up on caffeine and just like in the rat race and impatient and spoiled, and you just feel the difference. Down there it's just a way more laid back vibe. Like you ain't gonna get your food fast, but guess what, there's no tipping in Australia. No tipping whatsoever. You just do your thing. It was the best shows, people. If anyone's listening from Australia, if I could be back in Melbourne, and I met this girl from Melbourne, she's so cool. And sorry, American women, but you got to dial it down. Because the Australian women are just so much more chill and cool and hip and smart. Just the best conversation I think I've ever had with another human. I'm still having with this girl over Facebook and Instagram. I'm trying to figure out how to get me back there ASAP for a clinic, like a guitar clinic. But I was talking to people, we were asking them the questions that you guys all want to know about the guns and shit. And they were all like, yeah, and they took them.
Yeah, they had their big shooting incident, and then they lost their guns in the 90s.
And they cracked them hard, man. During the coronavirus, they cracked those guys hard. Like it felt like I was feeling lucky to be in the USA for that part of it. Like when you talk to the Australian women, I want to talk to American women again. But when you talk about the coronavirus, you're like, wow, these guys got cracked down here. Not a lot of overweight people down there too. And the food, man, they don't let our GMO shit in there. I gotta tell you, like who likes asparagus out there? Isn't American asparagus kind of bitter to you? And like, I like it and I eat it, but I don't like love it and go out of my way to eat it. I had the first night when we got there in our hotel, they had this dish. It was asparagus with like cream feta. Dudes, it was the best asparagus I've ever had in my life. But I don't know what they're doing down there with their asparagus. The food was just, don't count on much good Mexican food, although Fred and I did find a killer Mexican place across from the hotel. I think it was in Brisbane. Brisbane's killer, people. That's like a beachy kind of Southern California. Sydney, kind of like New York, Chicago, a little bit of LA. But Melbourne was our biggest show. It was packed, and since I met that girl there, I'm kind of fond of Melbourne. I didn't get to pat any koalas. I'm very disappointed about that. Or any kangaroos, but I'm promised next time I go back that there's pancakes and patting animals in my future. And I got to tell you, people, and it was in the smallest town of the 4 we played.
When you say petting animals, are you talking about like mowing lawns, or are you talking about petting actual animals?
Dude, you're naughty. You're so naughty. No, but then I got to tell you, the first gig, the first city, the smallest city, which is, they pronounce it, looks like Canberra. It's pronounced Canberra. I'll tell you, this is how they say the city names. Ready? Canberra, Brisbane, Melbourne, Sydney. Right? So, but the First City people, shout out to Craig Morrison, GematriaEffectNews, longtime watcher. I talked to this cat a lot in my Facebook Messenger. He's always sending me true shit, and I always send him Zach stuff. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know, I already saw that." He's like, he's always already saw your stuff, but dude, he had the Gematria Effect News shirt on. He was at the VIP. He was so proud. You know, like when the truthers, they're proud when we go to their city and play that, you know, that they're awake and we're awake and they know us and they're meeting us, and it's a whole good vibe thing. So I got to say, Gematria Effect News is representing well over yonder.
Yeah, I did send a lot of books to Australia, so I know there's a lot of awake people out there.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Can totally move there. Can't wait to get back there. Plotting. Yeah. I'm going to do a crowdfunding thing to get me back to Australia. How about that? Shit. So I can't say enough about the country, and you can it's an energetic thing, people. It's like I've lived in America most of my life, but I've lived in Brazil for 4.5 years. And I've been to many other countries, you know, spent a month when our Brazilian album was like #1 in Germany. We were there a solid month and change. Just being in Australia, like just the 8 days I was just there, it's palpable. Palpable. And it's palpable that the USA is the new third world country. It's like how we used to laugh at China. Now everyone's laughing at the U.S. like that. Made in USA. Right? The food, the USA food. I mean, they're laughing. They're scared of it, man. It's the David Bowie song. I used to always love on my truth shows with Zach or other people come on who are somewhat awake and speaking truth. The ex-CIA DOD dude that worked with Michael Aquino. I'd always play the Bowie song. There's 2 of them, and he was really telling, this was even before his last Black album, but he has a song called This Is Not America. I mean, that's a good one, TFR. Like, why instead of this dumbass Trump shit and those stupid Chris Geo spots, how about some David Bowie, This Is Not America? That's a good one to play. I love the Pink Floyd when they do Dogs. It's a good one, and then he has the even more poignant, I'm afraid of Americans.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not like I'm afraid of Russians. I'm not afraid of Parisians or Egyptians. You know, the Bangles had a nice happy song about Egyptians, but Bowie comes with, I'm afraid of Americans. And really go listen to the lyrics to the tune and the mood of the tune. I'll use that in my next, how about for Gematria Part 4, I'll use that. But dude, you're going to be, you know what's a mind blower? If you just go on iTunes and search the word song titles Gematria. Because you're going to be blown away. Because when Zach came on my show, of course, that's what I did. And there's classical compositions, new age composers, weird instrumental things that sound like ambient noise, all with the word Gematria in the title. I found this one song that it's in one of the 33 videos with guys like 33 Scottie Pippen, 33 Larry Bird, whatever the fuck. Just Google iTunes, the word Gematria. Of course, we know Gematria, the killing name, but there's many, many more songs with the title and the word Gematria, and you see it across genres. You know, so we're thinking of a name for our original band if we don't call it Elfson Young. I was like, man, let's call the band Gematria.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or we'll call the band Gematria Effect, Zach. Would you sue us?
Oh, definitely.
Until you got super famous, of course.
Yeah. All your videos will be shadow banned on the web.
I'm spitting truth. Here, I'll tell you guys some lyrics. We got a song, the first single, Bridges Burns, a total Game of Stain diss track. You heard it, Zach. Totally. But we got the song Bullets Ready. Hold on, I'll spit some of the lyrics. We're still putting them together. It's like a puzzle writing lyrics, but hold on. Oh, man. And so we're going to be spitting some truth for you guys, that's for sure. When it comes to... Here's the first part of Bullets Ready, man. Come on. Hold on.
I'm just reading comments while you're looking. Did you know that Rome was founded in history on April 21st? That's the day Prince died.
See? We got a whole Prince show, right? How about here's one of the lines in the chorus. I can't find the full lyrics, and they're good, man. I wish I could find where I put these fucking lyrics right now in this moment. But one of the choruses, Bullets Ready, killing in the name of life. Fuck the Illuminati. We see through the lies. Come on, people. We're just going to say it right out. I'm just going to tell them to fuck off. That. So stand by for some... and maybe I'll put Gematria out as the name of the band. I'll throw it out there and see what they say. It's called the band Gematria, guys.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
That was April 1st, you said, Zach?
What's that?
You said April 21st?
Yeah, I guess that's the day Rome was founded in history.
That's like one day into Taurus.
That's another great thing to do with the phones, with your buddies for the party magic game. You go, okay, what day did Prince die? When you're doing the whole thing about I would die for you, then springboard it, okay, someone who's got a phone, pull what's the Queen of England's birthday?
Right.
And the people are like, shit, man, it's the same day as Prince died. Prince, Queen, wow. But it's not a ritual, it's not a tribute, it's not a sacrifice. Don't get it twisted, people. It's just a conspiracy theory.
All right. Yeah.
Zach, in closing, I just want to say, I think, like you were saying, the support fell off again when you went on a rant about religion. But I think that was because you said you were going to LA anyway, even if the support fell off and the CIA pulled back a little bit more support. That's what I think. And then one thing I forgot to tell you like a week ago or a couple weeks ago, before I forget for the millionth time, there's like a kind of recent study. They studied people with tinnitus, what they had in common, and they found that they were commonly all very low in GABA. And so immediately they thought, okay, well, we'll just put these people on a GABA supplement and it should help out. But they realized that it doesn't work that way because the tinnitus is coming from the nervous system part of the brain, and GABA is too big to break the blood-brain barrier. So they found that if you just take the precursor to GABA, which is an amino acid called taurine, which is permeable for the blood-brain barrier, that works. So if you never heard that before, start taking a taurine supplement and see if your tinnitus goes away.
How do you spell it?
TAUR, like Taurus, and then INE.
Okay, I'll look into that one.
I gotta tell all my musician friends and drummer friends about that, dude.
Yeah, they bodybuilders normally take taurine and leucine too. So I was wondering, I'm like, now I gotta look into that a little bit more. Why it's helping with that too? Because you
say taurine. You pronounce it taurine.
Taurine, like Taurus, the zodiac sign.
Taurine.
Taurus, taurine.
Yeah, taurine. Okay. Because I know about 5 drummers with tinnitus from their cymbals.
They also found that people that had tinnitus had a high glutamate as well. And then they were saying glutamate is mostly like most common form of glutamate in our society is MSG, but I doubt Zach's eating a bunch of MSG. I mean, it's in a lot of shit, but I doubt Zach is eating that. So it's probably not that case. But
It's in Doritos.
why, Zach, you're a Dorito eater?
I'm definitely not a Dorito eater.
No. I'm just saying, like, that's one thing to cut out of your diet: Oreos and Doritos.
Yeah, Fritos, Cheetos, Doritos.
Mostly junk food all has MSG in it.
And I like the taste, man. If you gave me a bag of Doritos and I didn't care about dying, they taste great.
Sure. The junk food doesn't taste bad. I know better.
That's the thing. People eat for one selfish muscle, their tongue.
Yeah.
We used to put a layer of Cool Ranch Doritos in our double, like open it up, and underneath like the center one, we put like a layer of Cool Ranch Doritos.
You know what's so good though? These fucking, and I don't eat a lot of fast food, but goddamn Taco Hell has
Oh no.
Dorito shell.
Oh no.
The Dorito shell, man. Wow.
Oh, Jeff, you're going to Taco Bell? Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that the low? Is that the lowest one out of all of them? Or is McDonald's been eating Taco Bell?
They're the only fast food chain with the 201 connection. Remember, about 5 years ago, they were making those commercials making fun of the Illuminati.
Yeah, and I don't go to them, but I did have one. Someone brought one, and I tried it, and I was like, fuck. They got the bell. The little bell is the Illuminati eye.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Taco Bell's the most Illuminati of all the fast food.
Yeah, every church has got a bell on it for a reason. It's not they put a bell in every town for a reason to control the time of the town.
Yeah.
Bell, ball, bail, whatever you want to call it, but yeah. The controller of time. Actually, it's Saturn, but that's what they're referring to there.
Well, dudes, we could set up Truthville in Australia.
Yeah, not a bad place to go.
They have that right there by Brisbane as their truth center. What's it called? Something Beach. God, I can't think of it. But it's like where all the like hippie truth community is there, and they are always hit up the hardest with all kinds of shit. They'll send the cops in there to just disperse the crowd. Everybody's hanging out on the beach. They're playing like like some of this like kind of like hippie style stuff, like flutes and didgeridoos and drums and the sound bath bowl things and all kinds of stuff. And then the cops during COVID, they'll just come like kick them all off the beach. They'll have a huge confrontation. Something with a B. Jeff's had a concert right near, but I just can't think of the name right now. It's right by Brisbane, but then I think the beach is called something Beach, like B Beach. Anyway,
there's a lot of awake people there.
Yes, that's their center for their whole country, where all the like quote unquote awake people like have gathered.
We don't have a center like that.
No, we don't.
That's cool that they do. I didn't know they do. So,
I mean, for us, that was small. I don't know how many 100,000 people it is, but it's small compared to like that country. What does Australia have? Only like 60 million people or something, or 30 million? Something really low for how big it is.
Yeah, it's because people can only live around. It's inhabitable, and most of the middle of it, they can only live around the coast. So they live all around the perimeter.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen. I got to wrap it up, but I appreciate it. Great show.
Next week.
Yeah, next week. Indeed. So. All right. Well, again, I appreciate it, and we'll do it again next Wednesday.
Adios, muchachos. Until next time, Auf Wiedersehen. Boa noite.
Thanks for taking the call, Zach.
Yeah, of course. All right, have a good night, you guys. Take care.
Okay.
Yeah, see you.
Bye.
And yeah, sorry, you guys. I'm just such an old man now. I get up at like 4 a.m. every day. Sweet lady's been on the phone with her family, and they're on the other side of the world. She's been helping her mom with some health issues, so It's like she's up on the phone around 4:30 every day. I'm up at the same time. And yeah, so I'm just on that schedule. So normally I'm in bed by now. But anyway, we'll leave it there. And again, thank you everyone who hits the like and the share. And we'll see what tomorrow brings. Till next time. Oh, hold on. I'm going to take one more call from the guy who's... Wait, I thought I answered the call. What happened? Hold on. Somebody else wants to get in real quick. Well, I don't know. I answered the call, and then I'm calling back and nothing's happening. Oh, this call failed. All right, what's up? You got a closing message?
Yeah, Zach. So I waited for like 5.5 hours already. At this point, it's just like sunk cost fallacy.
How? You weren't on the call board?
Oh, I was. But I hung up by the end because like there was like 15 callers and a bunch of people. I just thought I'd call back after.
Okay. So what's up?
So I wanted. Should I just talk about this stuff tomorrow? Can I call back in tomorrow?
Well, yeah. If there's a live stream tomorrow, I mean, what is it?
I wanted to talk about like pounding pavement and stuff. Probably everybody left. But I was gonna say, I guess what the people were talking about earlier, doing a Gematria game. I had gotten an idea while they were talking about that, like doing a Gematria 3D game that's a video game. It's like a third-person shooter, but they don't tell you who the bad guy is that you have to like try and hunt and kill. You have to figure out who the bad guy is, like using Gematria and like using the messages that are given to you in the game, where you have to like decode the guys, like it teaches you a little bit about Gematria, and then you have to decode the enemy, and like try and find them that way.
Okay. I don't know how to make a video game, but yeah, more people would probably play it. So
yeah.
Well, hey, we can talk about it more. Think more about the idea, and the next time I do a live stream, you can call in about it.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for going out there though and pounding pavement. I like that.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll give some people some advice. I'll call in and give people advice on like what to do and like how to sound good and stuff.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
All right.
All
See you.
right. Yeah. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Yeah. Third-person shooter Gematria game. Shoot letters at them that turn into numbers. All right. We'll leave it there for tonight, and till next time.